Alrighty, welcome to the third installment of this Turn for Sparks Controversy podcast. Last time I was on, I was discussing the 2023 Formula One season with a few of my friends that of Dave, Brandon, and Jessica. That was the last podcast episode, which was recorded early January of 2024, January 7th, if I'm not mistaken. Now we're back on with episode 3, again, the third installment of this podcast. This time, like episode 1, where I was discussing NASCAR stuff with another Jessica that I know, we're doing the same thing here with mainly touching on NASCAR stuff for this episode. This time, I have Bryce on, who was a part of numerous of projects that I did on my YouTube channel. Bryce, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well myself. Ready for the NASCAR season to start up as we record this on January 31st, 2024.
Absolutely. As always. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's a new season. New season, new everything. Looking forward to it. Can't wait. Hopefully it'll be a good one. That's what I'm hoping for, as I do every season. So here's hoping we get some of the best racing that we'll ever see. We'll just have to see how the season goes.
And with the Busch Clash coming up, it's for the 2022, 2023, for the third year in a row, it will be at the LA Coliseum, which it's split from what I've seen, that half the fan base say that they're chill with it having it at the LA Coliseum. The other half, it's saying that they want it to be back at Daytona, the oval configuration that is, or have it elsewhere, or have it at another football style stadium, like at their local football stadium, for example. I recall you saying when the 2022 clash at the Coliseum was underway or was in action, you preferred to have the clash at the LA Coliseum 2 years ago.
Yes, I did actually. I really enjoyed, and I really have the last couple of years that this has been going on. I've really actually enjoyed a lot the LA Coliseum. Now, don't get me wrong, last year's race was all right. It didn't exactly have the exact same oomph as the first one did, but I still liked it a lot. I mean, to be honest, I mean, this obviously is just me, but I really, again, I like the LA Coliseum as far as having the Clash is concerned. And even as far as going back to even Daytona is concerned, the way that even I feel about that when it comes to racing, don't get me wrong, because Daytona, obviously, as we all know, it's tradition. It was what the Busch Clash started with. It's where everything began. But the main reason we even stepped away from Daytona in the first place was just because of the amount of crapshoots and just the amount of just the amount of just awful racing and just everything bad. Everything bad about the Busch Clash happened in, I mean, as far as you remember, right? Everything bad you could ever think about happened in the Busch Clash happened in its final race, in its final outing in 2020, where it was just a complete and utter wreck fest. Like the last two races of the Clash were just awful. They were just not good races. The 2019 race was nothing but a single file freight train with them battling the rain and all that stuff and trying to race to the rain and all that in 2019, which ended up in a pileup between like Paul Menard and Jimmy Johnson late in the going at the end of that one, as they were all trying to race to beat the rain. And then 2020, they all just a year later, good Lord, I don't know what they were thinking or what was going on or what they were talking about before the drivers' meeting. But almost every driver in that race that day just did not race with their head on straight. Everybody was wrecking each other, making over aggressive moves, and just it was just some of the worst racing that I think I had ever seen. And I think it definitely got NASCAR thinking that, you know what, we might as well switch this and bring the Clash somewhere else, because this is just getting, I mean, that's part of the reason too why before they even did it in the Coliseum, they did it on the Daytona road course. And actually, tell you the truth, I actually liked that one. That wasn't that bad for only 1 year of using the Daytona road course for the Clash. It was all right. That wasn't that bad. But then I guess they figured, you know, let's try to expand the Clash and put it somewhere else to draw, some more attention, to draw some more fans, to try to bring the Busch Clash some more, like, how do I put this? Some more, I guess, relevance, or to try to bring back some prestige to it, I guess.
So you're saying you're okay with the change?
I'm totally okay because, dude, if I'm going to be honest with you, like, do you remember a while ago, like, there were people that were considering scrapping this race? That there were people that were asking, oh, why don't we even run this race anymore? Like, there's no reason to run this. It's nothing but an exhibition race. Like, people were actually considering wanting them to scrap the race because it had lost its identity.
I remember
It
that. Yes.
lost a lot of that. Like, that's the reason why. And like they've been trying different things with it because it lost its identity. It
The same for
lost
the
a lot
All-Star
of
race
that
too.
due to a
The
lot
same
of
for
its
the All-Star
changes.
race.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I know we'll definitely touch. I mean, we'll tell you what, we'll touch on that. I'll touch on both right about now because, tell you the truth, they both are technically all-star races in their own way. Like the Busch Clash is an exhibition race, and then the All-Star race is obviously the All-Star race. But dude, I'm gonna be real with you. Both the Clash and the All-Star race as a whole, they both have lost their identity in so many different ways over the years, and more ways than one.
You know what?
Like,
You know what? Explain. Explain right now.
let me explain real quick. Because, tell you the truth, I mean, like, just as I touched on with the Clash a minute ago, like the amount of different format changes and the amount of different ways of eligibility you had to get into the race. Like, my goodness, like the amount of eligibility, the eligibility years ago used to be, as from the beginning when it first started, was qualifying times. Like, if you won a pole in that season prior, you were in the Clash. If
Yep.
only pole winners were allowed in the Clash when it was first brought on,
In
from what I can remember, if
1979.
I'm not mistaken.
Yep, when it was born in 1979, the Busch Clash.
And then they kept changing it. Then I think it was around, if I want to say, around like the 2000s, maybe, or definitely around like the 2010s. They then changed it to where it was no longer just pole winners that were able to be in the Clash. It then became past champions, past Daytona 500 winners, pole winners, like all that other extra stuff to try to get more bigger names into the race and stuff. And then all that, and then it just became like a mess. So, like, it lost its identity because of all the different rules changes and the amount of eligibility you can use to get into the race and stuff. And I think at one point, if you had just like a valid driver's license, you could even get into it. Like, just all these different changes just made no sense whatsoever. And then the Clash lost its identity because of all the changes, all the name changes. I mean, at one point, I think it was even named, what was it? The Advanced Auto Parts Clash at
Yep.
Daytona or something like that.
2017 to 2019. That's what it was called.
Yeah, and like the Sprint Unlimited at one point, where even the
2013 to
fans could get in on
2016.
that,
That's
and
what it
like,
was called.
yeah, and all that. So like fans, I think could like, what was it? I think they could like, oh God, what was it? Where they could pick and choose where like the driver started or something like that. I don't know. It was weird. It was really really weird.
That was in the late 2000s, early 2010s that was happening. Especially when I remember when it was called at that time the Budweiser Shootout, where a driver, they had when speed was a thing too. But my point being was during the show, right when they were setting the field for
Mm-hmm.
the shootout, they would have these Budweiser bottles, and the corresponding bottles contain a number. That number is the position where you start. So, for example, if Kyle Busch picks up a Budweiser bottle and it says 9, that's where he starts on the grid, ninth on the board. And when Montreux Jr. picks up a bottle and it says pole, that means he will start first on the board, on the starting grid when the shootout comes around, and so forth. You know what I'm trying to say.
I remember that. Yep.
And I
Just a
remember,
random draw, basically.
yes, that's what it was. That's what it was. Which is now,
Pretty much.
I'm sure it doesn't exist now because they scrapped that rule, which is sad, but that's just me. But that was a thing when the Budweiser shootout, and even the Busch Clash too, was a thing when they drew for position. I miss that. I say Truex with the pole because I remember watching the 2012 Budweiser shootout very vividly from start to finish. From the very start to the very
Right.
end. I watched it from lap 1 to lap 75, from the pre-race ceremonies to the post-race show. I watched the whole thing. And Truex won the pole for that race, or drew for the pole for that race. I even did a video on it 2 years ago. You were in that one, along with TJ. Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. You watched it.
Very good times for sure. I did.
I remember Jeff Gordon flipped in that one too. His only flip in NASCAR and in the stock car, period.
The only time. Didn't see it again the rest of his career.
It didn't happen before or since that night. Bizarre, if you think about it.
Very, to be honest.
About it, I don't think Jimmy Johnson, not one time, has flipped.
No.
Not one time has Jimmy Johnson flipped.
And especially even as a fan, I was always waiting for that day that he, for whatever reason, would just flip. But no, like the only bad things that he ever got into, really, when it came to on-track incidents, especially as far as like crashes were concerned, were just a bunch of hard wrecks and stuff. Like, good Lord.
Pocono,
he was definitely in a bunch of hard wrecks and stuff. Sure. So, I mean, even there's that. I mean, he, ugh. I've seen him in a bunch of really hard wrecks
with my very own eyes too. I was there to see it. Yes, I was. And at that time,
couldn't even believe it, man.
My younger self thought, "Is this looks similar to Lightning McQueen's wreck in Cars 3, at least at the start of it." Because you see a puff of tire smoke, Jimmy Johnson loses control, and then smacks the wall. And he hit that thing hard, too. Thankfully, he was all right.
Definitely one of the hardest.
A couple of being shaken in days, but still. Glad that he walked out of the car under his own power, and he was able to continue in the race in the next race, and so forth, which is a blessing in itself. Just goes to show how much safety has come since, especially when Dale Earnhardt passed.
And that's even like the crazier part too. And we definitely obviously have touched on that topic like a ton, obviously.
We have.
But it literally does not go with it. And obviously, even you and Jessica touched on it too in the last podcast as well. But even I got to throw my own hat into the ring here too, and also, second this and also say the same exact thing, because it's just the truth. Like, safety ever since the 2001 Daytona 500 has just come such a long way. Now, granted, we did take a step backwards. We took a massive step backwards with the Gen 7 in 2022 with, Kurt Busch getting a concussion and then Alex Bowman following suit. And then even just this last year with Noah Gragson at Gateway suffering a concussion as well. Mm-hmm. So we definitely took some major step backwards as far as even safety was concerned with the Gen 7. It's like, it boggles my mind. And here's the thing, don't get me wrong. Before I say what I'm going to say, I want everyone to know that I like the Gen 7. I do. I liked it, especially when it first came out. But I'm going to side with not only the fans, but also the drivers here too, especially the drivers, because drivers like Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick, they pleaded with NASCAR. They pleaded with them so much before this car even came out. They pleaded to death with NASCAR, like, do not rush this car. Do not bring this car out in 2022. This car is not ready yet. This car still has safety concerns. But of course, what did NASCAR do like they've always done?
They still ran it anyway.
They still ran it anyway, and NASCAR is just as much at fault for the end of Kurt Busch's career as the car that he drove that day that he backed into the wall, that gave him a concussion that ended his full-time racing career.
Which is very unfortunate, especially since he had a contract set for 2023.
And it sucks because Kurt still, from what you could tell, and the way that he raced 2022, he still had so much left in him. Mm-hmm. He still had so much longer left to go. But of course, it was an unfortunate circumstance, like a lot of things in his career, that did him in. It was just something that was completely out of his control, something that he did not know was going to happen the second he strapped into that car for, I want to say it was practice that day. I think it was that he wrecked out in. I think
it was practice or combine.
One of the two.
Qualifying. It was qualifying.
But yeah, I figured as much. But yeah, like he had no idea that what was about to happen that day was going to happen. And not to mention, even crazier, nobody ever thought, and I know I didn't think this in 2022 at Texas that during that day, that the worst wreck that we were going to see all day long was Alex Bowman backing it into the wall off of 4
damn.
and hitting the wall, and that's barely tapping the wall. And that's what gave him a concussion. Like, dude, tell me this. Like, riddle me this for a moment. How does a car from 2008, and you know where I'm going with this, Michael McDowell's flip, his Texas qualifying,
ironically, at the same
in 2008, in 08, at the same racetrack. Riddle me this. How does Michael McDowell flip that car, and the car is completely destroyed? It flips multiple times. Like, he has a massive impact into the turn 1 and 2 wall, flips down the banking, and he's able to get out of that car unscathed with nothing happening to him. But then Alex Bowman barely backs it into the wall, and he's injured. He has a concussion that puts him out for 5.5 races, whereas Michael McDowell walks out of that car that he flipped in with no problem. How does that make sense?
It doesn't.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Now, here's the thing. You would think it would be vice versa, right?
Literally, you would. You would think that because of how far we had come, that wouldn't be happening. But it just did anyway.
Now, here's the thing. When the Gen 7 came out, it was in its first year in 2022. When Michael McDowell had his wreck in 2008 with the Car of Tomorrow, it was technically, even though it was its first full-time season, it was technically and logically speaking, its second year running, because in 2007, they ran the Car of Tomorrow in select races run. Though Texas wasn't one of them, but still. They ran it at Bristol, both Bristol races actually, both Dover races, the Fall Talladega race, both Phoenix races, both Richmond races. And again, 2007 speaking, because again, NASCAR had learned to work with what was made before running it full time the following year. They did that with the Car of Tomorrow, but they didn't do that with today's generation of cars with the Gen 7.
And now that you bring that up, I actually wish they would have did exactly what they did with the Gen 7 in 2022, where they didn't run it for a full year, where they did exactly what they did in 2021 and in 2022 there, where they did in 2008, where they ran it for 2007, where they ran it just for some select races and just ran the Gen 4 the rest of the way. They should have done that because the car, like the driver said, Hamlin, Harvick, they said it over and over again that it wasn't ready. So what they should have did, if they wanted to run the Gen 7 so bad in 2022, do what they did in 07. They can run it for some select races, but run the Gen 6 car the rest of the way. Even if that meant we had to deal with some really crappy racing from the 550 package, I'd have been totally fine with that as long as it meant that the drivers got some testing time in the Gen 7, but nobody was getting hurt in the process. I'd have been totally fine with that.
Now that I come to think about it,
NASCAR does what they always do.
Now that I come to think about it, 2008, I don't recall a single soul that was injured in a crash. And it's, again, first full year of the car being in use, full time. Even when it was running select races,
and even with Kyle Busch at Bristol, when he won Bristol, dropping the bomb, dropping that infamous line of, I still am not a big fan because I can't stand to drive them, they suck. Even when he dropped that, bombshell that day, even though he said these cars suck, still, the difference between that car and the 2020 and obviously the Gen 7 is that nobody, from what I can recall, in its first year got injured because of a flaw design in that car. Now, of course, the biggest flaw design with that car was that rear wing. Now, that was the biggest flaw design of that car.
Here's the question, though. When that came out at the time, were you a fan of that?
Absolutely not. Dude, even as a kid, I did not like it. They were ugly. They were hideous. They were garbage. I did not like a stock car should never, and I mean never. This is just my opinion, but a stock car should never have a rear spoiler that looks like a wing on the back of the car. These are not imports. These are not sports cars. These are stock cars. If you want to do that, you can go and grab, like, I don't know, you can go and take like your Mitsubishi Eclipse sports car and put a spoiler like that on the back of that thing. But a spoiler like that does not belong on a stock car. And obviously, you know why. You know why. Because of the fact that we had so many flips, because the cars just would not stay on the air. They would not stay on the ground. The roof flaps would even deploy, and the car would still flip off the ground regardless.
Brad Keselowski, 2010 in Atlanta. Carl Woods in 2009 at Talladega. Ryan Newman at the same place in the same year, albeit a couple months apart, but still.
Like, literally, it's those small little things that, and not to mention, I was a happy kid when they got rid of that, when they just chose to finally, I think it was like 6 races in, it was Martinsville. It was after the spring Martinsville race.
Back to the spoiler design.
The following week at Texas, they put the shark fin spoiler back on, and thank the Lord they did, because they actually look like stock cars again.
It was Martinsville.
And I couldn't have been happier.
Spoilers back on that at that point.
But yeah, they did that, and thank the Lord.
Bristol 2010 was obviously the spring race. That was the last time the rear wing was used. Funny enough, I actually watched the length of that race almost a year ago now. Do you remember who won that one? Because I do. Well, you should know because you're a diehard fan of his.
Of course. My boy, Jim Jam.
Even though Kurt Busch led the most laps, he finished second. P2 for car number 2.
And of course, gave that infamous interview like, I would rather finish second than any other 40 cars in this 48. I'm just like, dude, if you don't shut up.
This is one of the reasons why I did not like Kurt Busch, or Kyle Busch for that matter.
I despised, obviously for any viewers who are new to this stuff, 2010, 10-year-old me, I despised both the Busch brothers, but I despised Kurt Busch the most, more than I disliked Kyle.
Even to this
obviously
day,
because of the fact that, of course,
even to this day, when you say that, when you despise Kurt Busch more than Kyle Busch, that's surprising to me.
And obviously, it's just because of the fact that he was obviously, feuding with my favorite driver. So, of course, anyone who feuds with my favorite driver, especially when you're 10, when you're my age at that time, of course, your hatred for them is going to be at an all-time high because they're actively feuding with the guy you're rooting for. So, of course, my hatred, I saw him as the villain. Yep. So it's like, obviously, me at that time, obviously, being a Jimmy Johnson fan, of course, I saw him as my hero. And obviously, Kurt Busch at that time, I saw him as the biggest obstacle, the biggest villain that Jimmy had to get through, as just a big bad bully, just a big bad villain that Jimmy had to get through at the time. And I hated him for it. Every little thing that Kurt Busch did during that time period when him and Jimmy were having a little rivalry, I could not stand him. I strongly did not like him at all. I could not stand him.
It all turned
at that time.
Its head at Sears Point in 2009 when they came to blows at that place. And then it carried over to Pocono in 2011. You mentioned it in one of the podcast episodes that we did, but it wasn't this one. It was a different one that we were on 5 years ago. You even touched it on it when you said when Pocono 2011 happened, the second Pocono race that is. You said that from when I can remember, Jimmy had a chance to spin Kurt Busch. Never did.
No, and even he said it himself, like, never did it. Never did it. Yeah, they made contact, but neither one of them wrecked each other. Like, they did.
Yeah, Kurt Busch was upset.
Literally. Yeah, of course, he was upset, and then, this Kurt was going to just do his normal, typical smart aleck thing and all that other stuff, and of course, it made me hate him more. And then, obviously, when he wrecked Jimmy intentionally at Richmond in 2011, then the same year, of course, that's what really set me over the edge. I was even more angry with him than I was before then at Pocono.
Can we just say that Richmond that night was Kurt Busch's all-time high as being the villain? the main villain that is?
Oh God. Yes, it
'Cause that
was.
wasn't the
Like,
only
oh
that wasn't the
my
only
goodness.
talking point. I think it was in that same race in the press conference room. He was going off at a journalist in the press conference room about some post. Then when Kurt Busch was given the piece of paper, don't know what it was, but when he was first given the piece of paper, he ripped it in half.
Yeah, like she was asking him, like he was asking Jimmy, about like a question of like, because Kurt had literally said he denies it obviously, but it literally even caught it on camera with him saying it, where he said, "Oh, we're in his head," and then she was like, Kurt said that he thought he was in your head, and she was trying to say, "You've been pretty good at like not allowing it to get to you." Then here he goes saying, "I didn't say that tonight, did not," and all that other stuff. Like, yes, you did. Don't deny it. You said it.
Was that was that on the piece of paper that Kurt Busch ripped apart?
No, I guess she was just, I guess, I don't know, either provoking him or I don't know, fanning the flames a little. And then obviously he just wanted to give her 2 cents, I guess. And I guess he just felt like, you know what, I'm gonna just rip this in half and just show you, just let me just show you who it is you're dealing with, I guess. I don't know. Just Kurt being Kurt at that time, I guess. I don't know.
Frankly, the
But
way how Kurt Busch was acting all throughout 2011 when he was at his all-time low as far as the temper getting the best of him is concerned, that was what led to him eventually getting terminated from the team at the end of the season.
yep, and him and Roger Penske parted ways. I mean, to tell you the truth, I mean, it's like the writing was on the wall for a long time, actually, because even him and Roger Penske, they constantly got into it on the radio.
For
They constantly had
years.
spats.
When Kurt Busch
It was
first
like
joined,
how,
actually.
you know, oh yeah, it was a lot how it was very similar to how, as you probably remember, it was a lot how Kevin Harvick and Richard Childress got into it a lot over the radio and stuff like that too.
Yep.
Back when Kevin Harvick used to drive for RCR and everything.
Yes.
During his time period.
Especially during his early years.
Like, especially, yeah, literally during like Harvick's early years, like Harvick, especially, like, oh, Harvick is another one too that, like, and I know we had another one of our friends on here a while ago that spoke about, Harvick and being a fan of his, and then, turning on him after, the thing between himself and Chase Elliott at Bristol in 2021. Oh my God, just that night in particular is just, what a blemish. That was one of those moments, that and even Auto Club 2018 where, excuse me, those were two little moments that Kevin Harvick then turned back into just, old school RCR Kevin Harvick again. Like, and don't get me wrong, especially when it came to Bristol in 2021, I'm not sure if I touched on it before. Just long story short, I don't blame either driver in that incident because both drivers were going for it. Harvick, I think it was Harvick, had made a misjudgment. They were both trying to get around a lap car, from what I can remember. Harvick got in there a little too hot, got into Chase Elliott's, I think it was his left rear, and ended up cutting a tire down on his car. He ended up having to pit. And then Chase came back out later and blocked Harvick and helped Kyle Larson get the win. And then, of course, he and Harvick then got into it on pit road. There wasn't a big fight, but there were some words exchanged and all that stuff. And they eventually went to the haulers later on and they talked it out. Obviously, Harvick was livid after the race, of course.
You can tell from his interview during the post race.
And just his expressions and just how angry he just was. Like, that was one of the maddest moments I had seen Harvick in like a little bit. Like, he was hot that night. That's the angriest I had seen Kevin in like a little bit. Then, obviously, as you know, Chase and Harvick, they then squashed it. Well, I won't say squashed it. Like, Chase moved on. Chase moved on quickly. But Harvick lamented a week later that he said that was the maddest he had ever been. And I did some soul searching when he said that. And I was like, you know what? Why is that? Why does he feel that way? And my humble opinion is this. It's because of the fact that if you think of it this way for a minute here, Kevin Harvick at that point had not won a points-paying race in the Cup Series in almost a full calendar year.
At that point, it was a full calendar year because Bristol 2020, the same race, but a year prior, was his last win that night.
Like, up until that point, he was winless. He hadn't won a race yet all season long. And I think he probably felt that night was probably his best shot to win a race. And it got taken from him because of Chase Elliott's antics when he came back out on the racetrack. And I'm guessing Harvick felt like he just took away my only chance that I really truly had to win a race this season because I just haven't been good enough to win a race this season. I mean, he was consistent. He obviously, again, like he always had been until he retired this past season, was the best car at SHR every single year. Even when he wasn't winning, he was the best car. He literally outperformed his teammates on a weekly basis, week in and week out, for over 10 some odd years, ever since 2014. Ever since his championship season in 2014, he's outperformed his teammates in every shape of the form every single year.
Can you believe?
And he was winless at the time.
Can you believe it's been a full decade now since he joined when he joined the team?
It's so crazy because of the fact that he joins SHR in 2014, and him and Rodney Childers, they instantly clicked right away. And he was better at SHR. I mean, everybody knows this. He was obviously so much better at SHR than he ever was at the end of his days at RCR. He was good at RCR, but he was not good enough to win a championship. Heck, there were some times too where he wasn't enough to win a lot of races.
He kind of was, as far as the championship was concerned, in 2006 and 2010. Those are the two that he came closest to, particularly 2010, but lost out on both occasions. But to your point,
and I mainly say that. I only say that because those were the exceptions. He didn't have many seasons like that at RCR where he was like 2013 and 2010 and even 2006, I think it was, where he was that close to winning a championship where he had a chance at it. He had a lot of other different years too where he just, for whatever reason, part of it too was RCR as well, but Harvick tried to carry that team on his back the best he could, but even he couldn't save RCR, and even he could not deliver them a championship. And I might piss a lot of people off when I say this, but RCR has never been actually good. They've only just been carried by
in the Instagram DMs the other day. We talked about this, that you said RCR never had been, and you said never had been. I'll repeat that one more time. Never had been a top-tier team. Again, we had this discussion before.
They never have been. And do you want to know why I say that? You want to know why I even say this? Before, look, guys, put your pitchforks down. Let me explain. Before anybody goes off on me in the comment section, let me explain. The reason why I say that is because, think about it for 2 minutes here. If you look at RCR's driver lineups over the years,
we're talking
who are the guys?
We're talking the beginning, right?
And I'm just talking in general.
Okay.
When it comes to almost every lineup that RCR has ever had, who are the two guys you think of immediately who had the most success at RCR in its time period? Obviously. Not even just right now. I'm just saying in general. Who are the two guys you think of when you think of Richard Childress Racing and success? Who do you think of?
Obviously, Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Kevin Harvick. Even though Harvick didn't win the championship with the team, Dale Earnhardt did. But that's
and it. And then even if you want to keep it real, even current times. And even current times, even if you want to keep it even more real, current times, you think of Kyle Busch. You don't think of Mike Skinner. You don't think of Clint Boyer. You don't think of Jeff Burton. You darn sure don't think of Ryan Newman. And you definitely don't think of Austin Dillon.
And
you think of Dale Earnhardt. And you don't think about Robbie Gordon either. You don't. The two guys you think of instantly. Nope. Nor Jeff Green or Steve Park.
Yeah, they were.
You don't think of any of those guys.
Yeah, they were on the team. Yeah, they raced for the team, but they didn't do anything. I mean,
and yeah, they got the wins.
Sure,
and
there
yeah,
were moments and races here and there where they did score top 5. If they did score top 5, that is, with some of these drivers that we are mentioning, or top 10 even. They didn't do much.
And sometimes even Boyer and Jeff Burton even made the chase a few times.
Yes,
especially Boyer. Boyer made the and won a few races. But you never think of those guys whenever you think of RCR. You think of, obviously, the first guy that comes to mind is the guy that carried the team on his back for decades. The guy who is arguably, in a lot of people's eyes, the greatest driver to ever race in NASCAR, Dale Earnhardt, and his predecessor, who replaced him after his passing in 2001, Kevin Harvick. Those are the guys you think of when you think of RCR and success. You don't think of anybody else but those two. RCR has never been a top tier team. They've been at least a C to a B tier team at best. That's what they've always been. They were carried, and they still are carried by generational talents.
Me personally, even now, it's a C plus tier team. Again,
it is.
Me speaking.
Kyle Busch is just making it look better than what they are.
When Austin Dillon was racing for, or still is racing for them, and when he joined the team full time, at least since 2014, he hasn't done anything. Yeah, he's won a couple of races,
he has done nothing.
He hasn't really done much. He damn sure wasn't a championship contender, despite making
Austin Dillon is
times.
Never going to be a championship. And you know what the sad part is? He is never going to be a championship contender. And you know what's even more sad? Is the simple fact that he is guaranteed to be in that 3 car until the day that this retires.
We also
because you already know Granddaddy's money is never getting rid of him. It's never going to happen.
We also had this discussion the other day in the Instagram DMs because, again, what you just said, Austin Dillon is likely to be in that 3 car until the day he retires because Richard Childress, that's his grandfather.
But it literally boggles my mind how Austin has been in that 3 car and he's put up mediocre results pretty much every single year. Yet he still has a ride, but yet his brother Ty Dillon is now rendered back to the Truck Series. And it's had to fight and scrap and claw for everything he's gotten up to this point. Ever since he stopped racing at RCR and the Xfinity Series.
It makes you wonders how this generation and how his family, how this team works. Because like you said, when Ty Dillon wasn't doing anything, he had to go back to the Truck Series. Yet,
and that's where he
Austin
is.
Over
that's
here,
where he's going.
Again, not doing much, but is still in the top tier team or top tier level.
And if you want to even keep it realer, he only had one up to this point. He's only had one good year, and that was 2016. That was his. What was that? God, it was his junior year. Yeah, his junior year, 2016. He had one good year, one, and he has been mediocre and average at best ever since then. But yet he's still been able to keep that ride. He still has his spot at RCR, and he isn't going anywhere until he's gone and retired. Tell you what, I'll give him this. Austin Dillon is a good businessman because he's part of the reason why Kyle Busch is on that team. So I think that when the day that Richard Childress decides to stop owning the team, I think Austin Dillon could be a pretty good team owner probably.
I agree.
Because he really made a good business decision bringing in Kyle Busch. He's the main reason that Busch is there. So I think once he retires from being a driver, he could be really good filling in the shoes as like the spokesperson at RCR. He can do a really good job with that. But as a driver, he sucks. I'm sorry, but he sucks. Those 4 wins don't mean nothing to me.
You're speaking the truth. Especially this one win in particular. I think you know where I'm getting with this.
Yep. The Daytona 500.
You pretty much took the words right out of my mouth. That
I can't get I can't get around him cleanly. I can't go and pass Almirola clean, so I'm gonna just dump him on the backstretch.
That gave Austin Dillon a lot of hate. A lot of hate.
But of course, you had those people that cheered for him. Were like, oh my God, the 3 cars back in victory lane. Oh my God. Don't get me wrong. Listen, seeing the 3 car back in Daytona victory lane in the 500 was cool. I'm not going to deny
Especially
that was cool.
20 years apart. 20 years apart.
But the way that it was done was the way that it was done though was inexcusable. And that's what literally started my hate train for Austin Dillon because I'm sorry.
Really? I thought it started before that race.
Root for someone. I cannot root for someone that just actively wrecks someone for a race win. I can't get behind that. I'm sorry. I can't. If you can't beat someone straight up, that's just, dude, why do you think I'm not watching the Truck Series right now? Why do you think I've already told people that I am not watching the Truck Series in 2023? 2024, excuse me. I am not watching the trucks this year. The trucks, I am skipping out on every single race. I'm not watching the trucks.
Even the season opener. Damn.
I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I'm not. Why? Because the Truck Series sucks.
You're saying
why does it suck?
You know the ARCA series is. It's basically that.
Yep.
With the trucks.
Dude, it's ARCA 2.0. is exactly what it is.
You pretty much just summed it.
And the reasoning for that is literally because of this. And I'm sure you and another person that was on here on the first podcast touched on this from a while back. The truck series nowadays, and the sad part about the truck series used to be for like guys who were Cup veterans or guys that got into the Cup series that legitimately just were never fit to be Cup drivers, or just guys that just ran the trucks respectively. They just respectively just ran the trucks, nothing else. And they were really good at that. But nowadays, because now it's seen as one of the top feeder series for young guys to get their feet wet, essentially, before they get to the Cup series, the Cup level, now, ever since like the mid-2010s now, you have a bunch of these young kids who literally aren't even old enough to even like drive yet. They're getting in here like at ages 17, 18 years old, getting top tier truck rides and stuff like that. And the biggest problem with the truck series right now is several things. One, the trucks are literally running a package where it's full throttle all the way through. There's almost never any off throttle time, especially like the 1.5 miles and stuff like that. Two, you have a bunch, and I mean a bunch of young kids who legitimately are a bunch of just punk kids who literally have, one, never had to work on a race car. Two, they do not have the mental and emotional maturity to be in these trucks yet. So whenever any small little thing happens, they either start wrecking each other or they start racing each other overly aggressively to the point where it just causes a bunch of wreck fests, i.e. the most recent Phoenix championship race in Knoxville 2021.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Phoenix.
And obviously, if you want to know, I did not. And of course, if anyone's going to ask, no, I did not watch that race. And I'm so glad that I skipped out on it, because from what I had to see on social media and from what I had to witness was inexcusable, especially in a championship race. You expect better from a championship race. And yet these guys here, they couldn't, it took them, I think, did it take them like 30 minutes to complete 2 laps?
Yes, basically 4 overtime attempts, might I add.
4 overtime. It took 4 overtime attempts in over 30 minutes to complete 2 freaking laps.
I said it
because they just would not stop wrecking.
You said it. It's ARCA 2.0. That's what that was. I mean, that's what the truck series has become these days. If we wanted the clock,
and not to mention,
this wouldn't be the case.
And not to mention, Carson Hocevar was the main reason as to why that even started in the first place.
Yes. Though some people will probably beg to differ on that, but I agree with your point.
I hate Carson Hocevar. And the sad part is, I wish I liked him. I want to like Carson Hocevar, but he's an idiot.
Which he is. I think you mentioned this to me regarding Milwaukee Mile. Didn't he do something in that race? Like during the race?
I was watching it live. So what was going on, him and Grant Enfinger were racing for, I think it was around the top 5, top 6 even. And the two of them are just racing hard, racing for the position. And then here goes Carson about wrecking Enfinger through one of the corners. As they're coming off of one of the corners, he about puts him in the wall. It's like, what are you doing? Like, why are you racing him like that? What are you trying to gain off of that?
Nothing too about Carson.
What are you doing?
He gets upset even with the slightest of contact too, because you remember Martinsville in the Cup Series a couple months ago.
Oh my God! Yeah, the same race that he spun out Ty Gibbs for no reason. And then he did the same thing in the Truck Series months before that, where he was trying to intentionally wreck. I don't know who it was, but he was trying to intentionally wreck someone and ended up wrecking himself. And he even got parked for that.
You know, this doesn't surprise me. It doesn't. It really doesn't surprise me.
Again, it goes back to what I just said a minute ago. These kids, it's guys like Carson Hocevar that, yes, on paper, they're talented. On paper, they are very nice people. When you put them outside of a car, they're some of the most nicest people you ever meet. You put them in a car, though, or you put them in a truck,
for example, here, it's a 180 effect.
They just, I don't know what switch just flips in their mind that now all of a sudden they got to race they just got to just drive like just as big of an ass as possible. Otherwise, if they don't, they just feel like, oh, I'm not gonna win. They just feel like I'm not gonna win anybody over. So I may as well just race like as big of an idiot as possible. It's just I don't get it. And the sad part is they've been conditioned to think this and race like this.
Now the question is, Bryce, before I ask you this question, heading into this 2024 campaign, Hocevar is promoted to the Cup Series full time.
Unfortunately.
I agree with you 100% on that, because this is the question I'm going to ask you, and people can respond in the comment section as well, and probably have a debate going around. I'm about to ask you: is Carson Hocevar rushed?
Yes, he is.
And you
Yes,
basically just explained your point. You basically just explained your point. But if you don't mind, elaborate a little bit more.
But it's like what I just said a minute ago. He has only been in the Truck Series, I think, at this point for what, like 1 or 2 seasons? He has completely skipped the Xfinity level.
Yes, he did.
He's completely skipped Xfinity. Oh my God, like this is even more worse now that I'm thinking about it. He's jumping from the trucks, from one of the lowest levels. He's jumping from the Truck Series to the Cup Series at like the snap of a finger, at the flip of a coin. Do you see how awful that is? How just like I can't even talk about it without being disgusted, because that's an indictment of what's wrong with now. Is that you have a lot of teams and you have a lot of young kids that are in these top rides in Xfinity or even Truck. A lot of these kids are rushed so quickly. They are thrown to the wolves, essentially, without ever having to pay their dues, without ever having enough experience. So when they get to the Cup level, most of them literally either A, fizzle out really, really fast, or B, for most cases, they get to the Cup level and they're just dog shit. They're bad. Or they get so emotionally affected by it to the point where they start acting out, they start lashing out, they start trying to wreck people, they start racing way in over their head because they are just so far inexperienced to the point where they don't know how to handle that. And dude, Carson, I think, what is he, like 22 or 21 years old or something like that? I think he is.
Actually, he just turned 21 a couple of days ago as we record this.
It's like, dude, it's like that. He's like, yeah, like 21, 20 something odd years old. It's like, 21. Dude, what in the wild? It's like he has no experience. Outside of 1 or 2 to 3 races that he's driven in the Cup Series, he has no other prior Cup experience outside of that. At all.
9 races won in the Cup Series last year, late in the season. Not a single top 10 finish.
And not even just that. I mean, yes, he did have some moments where he was running in the top 10 or some moments where he was competing for some good positions.
Talladega.
But, dude, he's far from ready. Exactly. He is far from ready to be there. And
he needs more time.
The most mad about it?
He needs more time.
And that's one of the biggest, again, this is another thing that's wrong with NASCAR nowadays. So many of these kids get rushed up. They're not given enough time to actually develop their skills, and also not only just develop their skills and hone their craft and perfect it, but they're also not given enough time to mature. Because you see a lot of these kids nowadays that get into the top level or just get in, even in Xfinity, they're not emotionally or mentally mature enough to handle a situation. Like, let's say someone barely taps them, right? Mm-hmm. Someone will barely tap them, barely get into them. They then think that it's okay to then go into the next corner and just flat out wreck them, just flat out dump them or put them in the wall.
For some reason, Ty Gibbs just popped in my head when it was an Xfinity level.
And Ty Gibbs did that a lot, even in ARCA, where he's over here he barely gets moved out of the groove or barely gets tapped. Like, there was an incident between him and Corey Haim, I think it was, where he ended up dumping Corey Haim, I think, at one race. It was I forget what racetrack it was, a couple years ago in 2021. Like, Corey Haim just barely moves up the racetrack, and then Ty Gibbs gets to him I think gets to him a couple laps later, and Ty Gibbs just spins him out. He just flat out dumps him.
It was on the
And then
front
here you
stretch,
go. Then
right?
Corey Hyman's talking about, yeah, on the front stretch, just dumps him, just flat out dumps him.
I'm thinking of
And then even Corey Hyman was talking about some possible retaliation or whatever too. It was like, yeah, that's just what ARCA needs more of, right? Just guys just running into each other for whatever reason.
I'm thinking of Pocono.
But my point being is the fact that we only knew Ty Gibbs had some talent because he actually went out that year in 2021 and won a couple of Xfinity Series races. That's the only reason we even knew he had
in his first ever Xfinity Series race in 2021, his first ever Xfinity Series attempt, he won. Again,
yeah, he wins.
First attempt.
At Daytona.
First attempt.
That's one of the only reasons we even knew Ty Gibbs had talent, because he went out and won a couple of Xfinity Series races. But if you were going to judge off of his stats in ARCA, it's like, dude, who is he really beating? He is no one that's on his level besides like Corey Hyman and all that stuff. Like, who's he really beating? When you only have a good, like 4 or 5 competitive cars and all that stuff, and everybody else is lagging behind, like, who are you really beating? You can't even judge talent in ARCA anymore. You can't.
Well, he did win a championship in the ARCA Series in 2021 with 10 wins and 19 top 5s and top 10s, 11 pole positions that year, and won the championship.
But again, that don't even impress me because, again, he's beating, like, again, who is he really beating? He's expected to do that. You're only beating like 3 or 4 competitive race cars. Like, everybody else is lagging behind. Like, you're not beating anybody, really, if we're going to be 100% honest here.
Now we go to the Xfinity Series level. In 2022, it was his best season because, well, he won the championship at the end of the year. 7 wins, 16 top 5s, 23 top 10s, 5 pole positions, led 990 laps out front, with an average start of a 5.5 and an average finish rate of a 9.2, and wins the championship at the end of the year after a close fight with Noah Gragson at the end for the title.
I still can't believe he won that championship that year in 2022, especially after the stunt he pulled the week before at Martinsville.
Had that not happened, regarding the whole Martinsville fiasco, Brandon Jones, he would have made it in.
Oh, yeah, he would have. He definitely would have.
But Ty Gibbs being Ty Gibbs, he had other ideas.
And just flat out took him out. But then, like, the sad part about, especially with Ty Gibbs and Xfinity at that time, it was Ty Gibbs could move you up the racetrack like he did to Ryan Sieg at Vegas earlier that year and all that stuff. But when when Sam Mayer barely hits him at Martinsville in the spring race, then he's all angry and upset and pissed off and wanting to fight and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and
I remember
all the other extra mess. And then even later on in the year, he just, like we were just talking about a minute ago, he didn't even need to win that race to get in. He was already locked in as it was. Brandon Jones, his teammate, again, this is his teammate, might I add you. Brandon Jones needed a win to get in. And he's roughing him up, moving him up the racetrack and everything. And then on one of the last restarts, after Brandon Jones had barely just tapped on one of the previous restarts before then, Ty Gibbs thinks it's a good idea to, oh, you know what? I'm upset because he moved me on one of those restarts. Let me just go right into the first corner, the first turn, not even lift, and just flat out just run smack dab into the back of him and just flat out wreck him. Didn't even lift. He just you can even tell from the onboard. The hood buckles up and everything. He just flat out runs into the back of him and just takes him out. And then he wins the race and does like the biggest burnout celebration on the front stretch, and then gets out, starts egging the fans on, like, yeah, like some are going to cheer, some are going to boo, and all that stuff, and then giving every excuse in the book for why he did what he did. And then, to add the cherry on top, a few days later, he then gets on Sirius XM and talks, and then brings Jesus into it, saying, oh, yeah, Jesus was hated among the many and loved among the first. Like, why would you even think to bring that up? What does that have to do with anything?
I was about to say, what does Jesus have to do with what you did?
But you notice where this is coming from, right? It's because he lacks the emotional and mental maturity, and he lacks being any form of humble, because his last name is on that sign. His last name is at the entrance to their shop, to Joe Gibbs Racing shop. So of course, that Cup Series ride was destined for him.
You already knew, because again, the last name.
Because he has a name. Because his last name is on the shop. So of course, he was destined for that ride. It was going to be given to him regardless.
But you want to know something? I think you and I both touched on this last year. when Ty Gibbs was announced to go to Cup full time, we were both concerned about that.
I definitely was, because I was like, and don't get me wrong, he shocked me this past year. Outside of one little incident between himself and Michael McDowell in the All-Star Open last season, he was relatively calm, actually. He actually impressed me. I still don't like him, but hey, he impressed me last year. I'll give him that.
Me personally, Ty Gibbs, again, has somewhat grown on me and has gotten a bit better with his maturity from what I've seen. So, in other words, I'm starting to become a fan of Ty Gibbs' work because, again, how much he's grown from what I've seen to a degree. And his stats from his rookie season, who won Rookie of the Year, by the way, last year, look like this. Ty Gibbs' rookie season, your Rookie of the Year, had scored 4 top 5s, 10 top 10 finishes, led 112 laps, ranking P18 in the final standings, with an average start of a 14.0 and an average finish rate of an 18.4. Some say it was a bad season, some say it was a good season. For me personally, from what I'm seeing right here on Racing Reference, it was a solid season. Again, cut him some slack because this was his first full-time season.
From what he was given, I'll give him that. It was solid. But we'll see if his good behavior sticks. We'll see if it does.
Going on to his sophomore.
Because he reminded me a lot of a young Kyle Busch.
I was about to say, you're
just going to be honest.
Going to Kyle Busch when he was in a similar situation.
A young Kyle Busch. I mean, even Kevin Harvick just a teeny bit, but definitely a young Kyle Busch for sure.
Even Kevin Harvick? Me personally, it was more so on the Kyle Busch side of things when he was younger.
I only just say Harvick mainly because it's like what I was about to touch on earlier on before we got into everything else. But like, as Harvick is another driver too. Like, here's the thing: I've always liked Kevin Harvick. I had one little stint in 2014 up until like late October where I wasn't liking him, mainly because of like how he was at Martinsville in 2013, the year prior, where he was like, "Oh, this is why I'm leaving RCR because like, oh, it's disrespectful kids coming up, blah blah blah," and all the other mess that he was getting into. But it's literally because Kevin Harvick has always been that kind of, I mean, a lot of you guys probably would notice who that are NASCAR fans. Like, Kevin Harvick has always been one of those guys. He's a little bit ornery. He always liked to get in, like, especially in his younger years, he'd always like to get into a bunch of fights with people, like, over, like, even some of the most, like, nonsensical things sometimes. Like, even, like, the slightest thing would just set him off. It's like, good Lord, like, him and Tony Stewart, too, were two of those guys that, like, the slightest little things would just set them off. It was just ridiculous sometimes. Like, and that also brings me back to i.e. Bristol in 2021 with him being as upset as he was. And then he continues in Vegas talking about oh, that's the maddest I've ever been and everything. Chase Elliott moves on, but then we get to the Roval where then Harvick just flat out wrecks Chase Elliott on purpose, might I add you. Just on purpose, just flat out wrecks him, trying to pay him back for Bristol. But then
the curveball happened.
So good. He then gets spooked so bad by Chase Elliott. He wrecks himself in the most slapstickily way possible, knowing that Chase is right behind him again. He wasn't even told on the radio, I think it was, the 9 cars behind you. He misses the turn completely, gets spooked because Chase Elliott's right behind him, and wrecks himself in the most comical way possible. Dude, he couldn't even answer the questions at the end, literally once he got out of the car. He couldn't even answer the questions without looking like he had seen a ghost. Literally, he couldn't even answer the questions right. He's over here barely giving like one reply answers and barely answering the questions. Like, dude looked like he had seen a ghost.
I've mentioned this in the podcast I had with Jessica. I said in that moment, someone did a video about that particular moment in that particular race, but mainly that moment when Harvick wrecked himself. It still cracks me up to this day, but
oh my God.
I seen on the thumbnail of a particular YouTube video that I remember seeing when it happened. The title said Karen Harvick.
That was from NRF Productions, right?
Yes, it was.
And I remember seeing that, and to be honest, he's not wrong, to be frank, because it's little incidents like that, especially in Harvick's earlier years, in his days with RCR, that really made a lot of people not like Kevin Harvick, or made a lot of people like feel like a certain way towards him, because he just had so many little moments where he just would just be really ornery and just would get into fist fights with guys, or just and sometimes Harvick wasn't even a guy who would even go up and fight people. He would just be that guy that would just get in your face and shove you a little bit, or he would just say a lot of really mean things to you and everything because he was just upset because the way you raced him a little bit. Like it was just small little things like that just even when I was younger, being a Harvick fan, it was just some things like that just got me like, why? Like, and not to mention even after the fact of him and Elliott. He was literally asked. I mean, because I guess like the media were still asking, they were still wondering, hey, had the beef between him and Elliott been squashed? Had they been on better terms, or they were trying to like milk some of it for drama, entertaining because of how entertaining it had been the last couple of weeks? Elliott obviously was ready to move on, but Kevin Harvick still hadn't moved on yet. He literally this is his exact words. He then says, "I'm still surprised he's worried about me. Perhaps he should take the same car with the same speed and run as fast as the 5."
You want to know something? Kevin Harvick at that time was one of the few elderly drivers on the grid who's been driving on the Cup Series level, since the passing of Dale Earnhardt in 2001. And yet, 20 years later, he does this. You would think he would run over time, right?
It literally just had me thinking, like, what is he doing? Like, why is he still taking shots at Chase Elliott? Like, now, yeah, like, obviously, like, sure, the media wants to milk all of it, but it's like, dude, it's like, why?
This just goes to show who's moved on and who has not moved on.
It's like, dude, like, what? After he made himself look so foolish at the Charlotte Roll, well, it's like, why? Why are you still playing into this? Why are you still giving us comments like this to react to? Like, what are you doing? Like, dude, you've been in NASCAR for far too long. You've been competing at the top level for far too long, and you know better than to fuel the fire that is the NASCAR fan base. And we'll touch on the NASCAR fan base in a minute. But I'm just saying, it's like, dude, it's like he knows better than to fuel the fire that not only is the NASCAR fan base, but the Chase Elliott fan base especially. No one out Chase Elliott fans are.
Oh, boy.
And yet here he is still going. It's like, what are you doing?
And to a degree, the Carson Hocevar fan base. Now, speaking on Carson Hocevar, you said that he's going straight to the Cup Series without going to Xfinity level full time.
Yep.
He has made Xfinity Series starts, though, but there were only 5 attempts and got 2 top 10 finishes out of it. But again, I'm worried about Hocevar's time in the Cup Series that he's about to start in 2024, because especially in the Truck Series, when you take the championship race from Phoenix into account, the way how that was, what are the chances the same thing will apply and carry over into the Cup Series? That's what I'm concerned about.
And that's my biggest fear, because knowing how he is and how he races, he's going to end up taking that into the Cup Series. But the thing is, what he's going to have to learn real quick is that, dude, I want him to piss off Denny Hamlin and go and try to wreck Hamlin. Hamlin's not going to. Hamlin is going to give him a piece of his mind.
Repeat that.
Yes, I said it. I want him to go ahead and try to mess with Denny Hamlin, because the way that Hamlin has been the last couple of years, Hamlin is not going to hold. And Hamlin's already talked about him on his Actions Detrimental podcast already. So if he ends up messing with Hamlin this year, you can bet Hamlin's not going to hold nothing back on Actions Detrimental this year. I'm just saying, because they talked about him, and I forget his other co-host. They had talked about the Phoenix championship race recently, a while back. You know, they touched on it. They gave their 2 cents and their opinions and all that, and what had happened. And I hope that he ends up messing with Hamlin, because Hamlin's not going to hold nothing back against him. He's not.
So you're saying they're going to have a rivalry, so to say?
Probably. Who knows?
Given the way how these two race and how upset they get when.
And they're both like, and they're both like the same when it comes to the way they race people. But
yes,
I don't know. It's just crazy, man. I don't know.
Again, will it be regarding Hocevar's upcoming rookie season at the time of this recording? Will it be a Ty Gibbs effect? when he is out of control in the lower series, but when he goes to the big leagues, he slowly but surely matures. Or will he carry over that immaturity and overly aggressiveness that is into the Cup Series, from the lower series to the Cup
Still
Series?
going to.
Which will it be?
He's definitely still going to. Because obviously, like we just said before, he literally spun out Ty Gibbs for no reason at Martinsville just recently. So he still hasn't learned yet. He still hasn't.
Especially with the Phoenix race, the championship race, a couple of months ago. That's the problem with this today's generation. They get hired, particularly the young guns. They get hired, and when they get hired for the lower series, either they don't do well or they get overly aggressive. And when they get overly aggressive, things turn on its head. And when things turn on its head, that's when the controversy starts. Hence the name of this podcast. Already we're getting controversial things going in this episode. One of them we mentioned.
We got several more coming here.
The All-Star Challenge and how that lost its fame.
Oh my god! The All-Star race is a joke, and the thing is too, All-Star things. NASCAR is not even the only one that has a problem when it comes to like All-Star stuff, because guess what?
Really?
Even the NFL, the Pro Bowl, laughable. No one cares about. No one even tries or cares about the Pro Bowl. The NBA All-Star game, nobody tries, nobody cares, nobody wants to do anything in there. The defense is sloppy. Like barely anybody's playing. Everybody's out there playing. They don't even care. They don't even want to be there. Yeah, the MLB All-Star game is decent. It's an all right watch, I guess. It's probably the only one that the players actually try or really care about. But every other All-Star game or race, no one cares. I feel like All-Star events at this point are like there's some breed now. It's just like nobody cares about them anymore.
So you're saying that they're pointless these days?
At this point, they're just pointless because it just feels like now they just feel like just some kind of hurdle just to get to all the other races throughout the season, because it just feels like now the All-Star, not to mention, of course, the fact that we just saw one of the absolute worst, if not the worst.
It was
All-Star
the worst, dude. It was the worst.
The worst All-Star race back in 2022. That was...
You even were live streaming, too, on Instagram when this was happening.
And from anyone that saw my live stream that day, and I even made a YouTube rant about this race. That's how bad this race was. I was absolutely livid with this race. It was already a boring train fest before then, especially at a really crappy racetrack that has terrible racing and all that other mess that has been tampered with and just straight up sucks now at a track that used to be good. But the finish is what infuriates me to no end. Completely.
I still won't forget your reactions in the moment when it was happening. I still won't forget it. I was confused. I would think I was in the middle of something when it was happening, but you said, hold up, hold the effing phone, in an anger tone.
Like, I could not believe what I was watching. The fact that, and the thing is, the thing that made me the most mad was the fact that Blaney had already crossed the start-finish line. The checkered flag was waving. The race was over. But then that's when I remembered that NASCAR slipped in that whatever rule of, the race has to finish regardless of what happens. But if a caution comes out before the race is over, even if it's on the white flag, we're just going to throw a random caution out just to spice the race up, I guess. And you obviously all know what they threw the caution for. It was for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. barely even touching the wall. Someone just got a little too trigger happy in that.
You would think the caution was flown for a wreck or a spin. Well, what you just said, the caution flew all because Ricky Stenhouse, no, he didn't hit the wall. He tapped the wall. He just grazed it. He barely grazes the wall. He barely even slides against it. And then they threw a caution for that.
For
Dude,
what? The race was about to end.
dude,
It was the last lap.
if that's not one of the most stupidest of calls in motorsport, in NASCAR as a whole, I don't know what is. I really don't.
It's just as stupid as that caution clock from 2016 and the overtime rule from 2017.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Me and Jessica, we went over this in the first episode.
And I have to agree because the crazy part is I actually liked the overtime rule to a certain extent
You
when it
did?
first came out in 2017. I liked it a little bit because
Wait a
I was like,
minute.
okay, I'll give it a
2016.
shot, and it's not as bad.
2016, because I remember
At
it,
first.
it was tested in the Sprint Unlimited in 2016. But
And
continue.
I was like, okay, this is new. I'm fine with this. I'm like, okay, if we're past the line, okay, sure. But of course, it didn't take long for me to realize this rule is dumb. It's one of the dumbest rules in NASCAR's history. The fact that you literally have to make sure you reach the overtime line. And then, of course, if they didn't reach the line, they kept going and going and going and going until they reached the line and until someone crossed it. And oh my God. Dude, the Brickyard in 2017 is the one that did it for me as far as the overtime line being a dumb rule was concerned.
I knew you
The
were going to
fact
say that.
We restarted that race. We restarted that race, I don't even remember how many times, over and over and over, because they just kept wrecking constantly. Over and over and over and over again.
I think the same thing. I think
It's
the
like
same
at some
episode
point, can you
happened.
stop wrecking?
I think the same episode happened a few weeks prior to that in Daytona, regarding the Xfinity Series, that is. The one William
Yep,
Byron won.
my boy Willie B won. He won the race, but yeah, they just kept wrecking over and over again, and they kept restarting because of the rules. The rules stated that unless you cross the overtime line, the race ain't over yet. So we're gonna keep doing it until you cross the overtime line on the backstretch.
Now, here's the question.
Stupid.
Which is the most stupid of all? The caution clock or the overtime line rule?
To me, it's the caution clock. The
Agreed.
overtime rule is stupid for those little reasons. But as long as you could at least get the cars across the line, then you were fine. But the caution clock is the one of, oh my God, the caution clock to me is legitimately probably one of, if not the stupidest rules I think I have ever seen produced in NASCAR history. And I'm so glad they have not brought it back and do not ever bring it back. Never again. I never want to see it again. I'm so glad it did not see the light of day in the Cup Series and it only saw the light of day in the Truck Series because oh my God, I don't ever want to see that ever again. Never again. Do not ever bring that to the Cup Series ever. Never bring it to the Cup Series. Don't ever bring it to the Cup Series, dude. Never.
I can imagine.
God forbid they bring it to the Cup Series. Oh my God, because the caution clock made no sense. How is stopping competition gonna make racing more competitive? They literally put that in there. So it's, oh, okay, we'll throw a caution at some point. But here's the thing. If a caution doesn't come out, I think it was, from what I can recall, it was, what was it? I think the caution clock had, what was it, 15 or 25 minutes on it? I think it was.
From what I can remember.
And if a caution didn't come out, yeah, I figured. And if a caution didn't come out within those 25 minutes, they were just going to throw a caution anyway to stack the field back up. No, that is stupid. Who does that? Who wants to see that?
I can't recall a single form of motorsport that has that rule in place, other than NASCAR.
And they don't need it because it's a trash gimmick that makes no sense. How is stopping competition for no reason supposed to make racing better and more competitive?
And thus,
oh yeah, newsflash, it don't.
And thus, we have the competition caution. We have that. So I don't understand why they brought that in.
Like, it was brought up for no real reason. It was just, oh yeah, that's right. Because Brian France was on drugs when he made some of those rules that he wasn't even present to see half the time.
You had to bring him in the mix.
I have to, because I cannot talk about the next few things we'll be talking about here without bringing up Brian France's name.
Brian France, that's another controversial name. You mentioned it in the Matt Kenseth versus Joe Logano ordeal that
literally the complete and most utter moron that almost about sent the sport into oblivion. And the sport is still suffering for it to a degree.
There's another one I want to touch on, but regarding Brian France, though, what was the most controversial moment he said or implemented?
Well, all right. So one thing I will argue, as far as things that he has said, the most infamous thing that he has ever said is the whole ordeal between Joey Logano and Matt Kenseth.
You
When
mentioned it
at
in
that
the
time
video.
period, I mean, if I'm going to be honest with you, excuse me, I'll be real with you. I feel bad for Matt Kenseth because 2017 at Kansas when he got disqualified. You remember it correctly when he got disqualified for having a seventh member come on and work on the car at
I
Kansas in
remember.
the chase that year. Well, the playoffs, I should say. He got disqualified from the race because of that. But the thing about that is what the cherry on top for me, that felt like, I mean, even Eric Estep touched on it in one of his race reviews in 2017. He said it felt like the exclamation point on what it felt like was NASCAR trying to throw him out of the sport for several years at that point.
So basically, they were against
And I
Matt
can't say that
Kenseth.
I blame them. Because if you think about it for a minute here, the whole main reason as to why Matt Kenseth untimely retaliated against Joey Logano at Martinsville in 2015 was mainly because not only Logano spinning him out and dumping him at Kansas and also brake checking him at Talladega a week prior, it was literally because of the fact that Brian freaking France, literally after Logano does what he does, then calls it quintessential NASCAR that he ended up wrecking that Logano ends up wrecking Kenseth and about putting him in a situation where he was going to be eliminated after Talladega. So the stuff that Logano chose to do and also those words of quintessential NASCAR from Brian freaking France literally sent Matt Kenseth over the edge. And then obviously him getting wrecked by Brad Keselowski, at Martinsville, just ended up sending Kenseth over the edge. And he was like, you know what? I'm done. Even if it's not Keselowski, I'm taking out a Penske car. Just sucks for Joey that he was leading. But I settled that to say this, that 90% of fans, unless you were a Logano fan or you just flat out didn't like Matt Kenseth, everybody that was there, from the people in the grandstands or even just fans in general, loved what Matt Kenseth did. But what was Brian France's response to this? His response to this was to just suspend Matt Kenseth for the next 2 points-paying races, just straight up suspend him for literally just it was a penalty that was just so heavy, so egregious, it almost felt like they had it out for him for whatever reason.
You mentioned it in the video you did.
But then the problem with that is that 3 years earlier, Jeff Gordon did the exact same thing to Clint Boyer at Phoenix, and in an equally violent crash, just flat out wrecked him, just took himself out and Clint Boyer. Just out Clint Boyer.
Here's the difference. Jeff Gordon did not get suspended for that. He got fined.
No,
he didn't get suspended.
He was only fined $100,000 and placed on probation until the end of December, the end of the year in 2012. Here in 2015, they decide to. Then that's the first driver that I could ever recall in my entire life of watching NASCAR. In my I'd say at this point, almost 18, 19, almost 20 some odd years of watching NASCAR, that I had ever seen a driver get suspended for 2 races for wrecking somebody intentionally like that. Dude, NASCAR treated Matt Kenseth poorly in that situation, and I still can't even forgive them for treating him poorly in a situation like that.
Even to
I'm
this
still
day.
bitter about that and I'm not even a massive Matt Kenseth fan, but the way they treated him in that situation was so ridiculous. They had never suspended anybody. I mean, even in 2011 when Kyle Busch wrecked Ron Hornaday in the Truck Series, Kyle Busch was suspended for the Cup Series race and the Nationwide Series race that weekend. But as far as the Cup Series was concerned, it was only one race, a one-race deal. Whereas here, in 2015, they suspend Matt Kenseth for 2 races. They just threw the book at him. They just straight up suspend him for 2 races for literally the same exact things that other drivers had did, and they had never gotten the same penalty that Matt Kenseth got, which was just so unfair. And it wasn't justified. It was just so unjustified. It made no sense.
You know what else doesn't make no sense?
What?
You mentioned it in the video you did on Matt Kenseth and Joey Logano when you touched on the Jeff Gordon, Clint Boyer incident. That NASCAR said that they can't suspend Jeff Gordon. That would hurt the ratings.
I mean, think of it this way for a minute. I mean, it's literally the truth. Because if Jeff Gordon was suspended for that following race at Homestead, the ratings probably would have dipped if Gordon wasn't available and wasn't racing at Homestead in the following week. But guess what? I don't care if the ratings dip. You need to keep consistency. Doesn't matter who's doing what. If someone wrecks someone intentionally, then guess what? They all get suspended under the same banner. It isn't just one person gets suspended one race or 2 races. No, it all needs to be the same. Keep it consistent.
There's another one that just clicked my mind. You should know this because we watched it live as it happened. Charlotte
Together, yeah, the same room. With Chase Elliott wrecking Denny Hamlin like that.
Yes. Yeah. Here's the thing.
And you remember me saying that Chase should be suspended for that one.
Yes, which you did, and that happened. Denny Hamlin
and he was just like Bubba Wallace was suspended. He was just like Bubba Wallace in 2022 for wrecking Larson. Same thing. They kept it consistent. Just like Bubba, he was suspended for 1 race too.
And Chase Elliott here, he was also suspended. I think this was, you told me, this was the only time, or one of the few times, again, if not the only time, you side with Denny Hamlin.
And I have to, because, let's keep it real for a minute here. Wrecking someone intentionally is one thing. If someone's wrecked you once and then you go and get them back, okay. It's one thing to do that when, like, let's say you hit him in, like, the right rear and you spin him through the grass. It's one thing to do that. But it's another thing to, on the front stretch, like both Bubba and Chase did, to flat out go ape crazy and just hook someone's right rear or left rear and completely turn them head first into the wall. That's inexcusable. That is just no. That's a no-no. Just right rear hooking someone on the straightaway when you're going at excess speeds of almost 200, at least 190, is inexcusable. Like, no. That was literally a Blaze Alexander type hit that Hamlin took that day. Mm-hmm. And if it weren't for the Hans device, and heck, I'm going to keep it a $150 with. If the Gen 7 cars were not as, I guess you could say, a little bit better than what they were at the beginning.
And take out the safe area.
Probably could have been out with a concussion. Yeah. Hamlin either could have died or, even worse, could have ended up with a concussion or some type of injury. From Elliott going ape crazy and wrecking him like that.
Even worst case scenario, the same what happened to Blaze Alexander in 2001 at the same racetrack, at the same spot where Denny Hamlin had his shunt. The same place, same track, same spot, just over 20 years apart.
Mm-hmm. And you already know, yes, I don't like Denny Hamlin, but guess what? That doesn't matter. Me liking or not liking a driver doesn't matter. It's still wrong regardless of who is in the equation here. It don't matter if it's a driver you like or a driver you don't like. If you see someone right hooking someone into the fence like that or into the wall like that, regardless if you hate them or not, regardless if they deserve it or not, that's not warranted. Now, this is why I settle out to say this. When William Byron, my current favorite driver, took out Denny Hamlin like he did at Texas in 2022, I praised him for it because he didn't do what Chase Elliott did. It was under caution, which, was a no-no. I'm not going to defend that. But Byron deserved to stand up for himself. But thank God he did not turn him head first into the wall. I was happy he didn't do that because obviously if he did do that, I would have went off on him and said how wrong he was. So to keep it consistent here, unlike NASCAR, if Byron would have pulled that, then I would have said, oh, no, he's totally in the wrong for taking Hamlin out like that. But because he set him for a spin through the grass, I was fine with it. But if he would have did what Chase Elliott did and what Bubba did, then I would have said, no, he's in the wrong, suspend him immediately. No, that's wrong. You cannot do that. Especially, that's part of the reason why I'm still so angry 4 years later that in the truck series, Ben Rhodes, literally the same thing happened between Ben Rhodes and Christian Eckes in the truck series. If you remember correctly,
Texas, if I'm
Ben
not
Rhodes
mistaken.
and Christian Eckes are racing at Texas in 2020 in the fall. Ben Rhodes gets so upset because Christian Eckes is racing him hard. He doesn't hit it. He almost does. So what does Ben Rhodes do? Does he think, oh, I'm a little upset. I'm going to just hit him in the back maybe and tell him I'm not happy? No. What does he do? Literally, as they go down the front stretch, he then completely hooks him in the rear and wrecks him as they're going down the front stretch at high speeds.
It makes you wonder.
And what does NASCAR do?
It makes you wonder what's going through their minds when they knew damn well someone can get hurt with these actions.
And then not only that, then he completely jumps on his interview and doubles down on the fact that he did it. And then what does NASCAR do in response? Nothing. They don't, nothing. They didn't do a thing. They didn't do a damn thing. They didn't fine him. They didn't suspend him. They did nothing. They let it slide. They didn't do a damn thing with Ben Rhodes that day. They allowed him to do exactly what he did, and he got no punishment for it. Nothing.
Not even a fine.
He got off scot-free. He didn't even get a fine. Not even a warning. They gave him nothing. He was able to do that and had no consequence for it at all. That's what started my hatred of Ben Rhodes.
I'm shaking my head.
That right there.
I'm shaking my head in disappointment because you expect better from him or anyone.
And that's what started my hatred of Ben Rhodes. Because the fact that he did that when he didn't even touch him and then wrecks him like that and then doubled down on the interview and everything else. And not only was he bad-mouthing Eckes, he bad-mouthed KBM and all the other mess and stuff like that and saying a lot of saying, oh, it all comes from the KBM guy. There's a lack of talent over there and all that stuff. When, guess what, Ben? You ain't any better. You are a complete waste of space yourself.
Exactly.
I don't care that he's a two-time champion now. The guy's a waste of space. He ain't all that good.
Despite 2 championships now.
And he only won that second championship because of the fact that everyone decided just to wreck each other because Carson Hocevar chose to wreck Corey Heim, who probably could have won the championship last season, or even Grant Enfinger. But no, because everybody wanted to keep wrecking late in that race, and because Carson Hocevar wanted to be an idiot and take out Corey Heim, that's why he had no competition at that very end except for
Enfinger. If that never happened, it would have been Carson or Corey Heim with the title. Again, had that not happened.
It could have been. It could have been, but Carson ruined it.
He would like not win for Corey Heim, but himself.
As well as the rest of the field. As well as the rest of the field.
You weren't watching that race live, yes?
I was not watching that race live, and I'm glad that I did not.
I was about to say, be grateful that you didn't because of how much of a fiasco happened in the final laps, especially those 4 overtime attempts.
Because I'm just going to say it now. I've already been pissed off enough with races like that have devolved into chaos. Like, for example, Coda last year or whatnot, where they just kept wrecking over and over again, over and over, and they just kept taking each other out on every restart going into the first turn.
You mentioned
that
Coda.
Made me angry enough.
You mentioned Coda.
So then seeing that.
You remember 2021, the first race in Coda, for NASCAR at least.
Yes, I do.
A lot of people were not happy because of the torrential rain, yet they still went on with it anyway, especially with that huge wreck that I think was Truex Jr. and Cole Custer. Truex couldn't see and just rammed into Cole Custer. Or was that or vice versa? And
I remember it was Cole Custer running in the back of Truex, I think it was.
Okay, so it was vice versa then.
Yeah, and to be honest, I could understand that day. Now, I got upset a little bit with the fans because I felt like the fans really overreacted that day. Don't get me wrong. The fans, to a degree, had every right to be upset because when a driver's life, or multiple drivers' lives in this case, are put at risk because of NASCAR's poor decision-making, then I can totally understand that. But where I drew the line was fans were starting to overreact and act as if, oh, racing in the rain is so dangerous. Oh, we shouldn't be racing in the rain, period. Where they failed to realize that we had raced in the rain countless times in the Xfinity Series, then Nationwide Series, and even in the Cup Series before this race. So it's like fans, I just felt like, take a step back for a minute, calm down, and think about what you're saying for a minute. Yes, we all want the drivers to be safe. We all want the best interest in the fans and the drivers alike, especially the guys that go out there and put on the show for us and risk their lives every single week, every single race. But what we have to understand, too, is we cannot overreact in a situation where someone either A, gets hurt or is close to getting hurt. We can't overreact because then that ruins the opportunity to race in the rain again. Because we raced again, like I just said, we raced in the rain on more than one occasion, multiple times before this race at Coda in 2021.
More so on the road.
Fans way overreact to that.
More so on the road courses, because they tried racing in the rain on the ovals. If y'all remember Charlotte in 2001,
Yes.
failed attempt.
And it did not
First
work
corner,
out.
first lap, half the field crashed out.
And it just did not work out like at all. But
to your point, continue.
But I was just saying that, like, just look, the fans, I was just like, all right, can we like take a few steps back here? And I'll touch on it more as we'll get into like the bulk of the fan base here in a minute. I'm sure even like you and Jessica touched on it too in the last podcast as well.
We kind of did.
But
yes.
also it's like fans, especially in that aspect, just overreacted so much to the point where I was just like, why are we reacting like this? Like, you guys are going to ruin something so special that we've been doing for so long because you guys just want to overreact. And then, not to mention, touching on the fan base real quick, fans of the sport piss me off. Like, and you've known this because I've said it and I've ranted about this more than once.
You've ranted about this numerous times at this point.
It's like, literally, like, I've said it before that I've lamented that we could probably get the best NASCAR race tomorrow to happen and fans will still complain.
You know what's funny, though? When fans complain, right? NASCAR listens, well, sometimes, when NASCAR listens and what NASCAR brings to the table that the fans complain and it comes true, at first the fans become skeptical, but then when the event happens that the fans want, they complain.
And that's the problem right there. That's the issue. Like, that's why I sit here and I say that I just don't get it. There's no pleasing a lot of NASCAR fans these days. And even just in general. That's why we got a lot of these different gimmicks and everything else, because the sport's been in such a freaking loophole over the last 10 to 15, 20 some odd years.
A loophole of a
half
mess.
The time,
a loophole of a mess,
literally.
You mean?
Because the sanctioning body sometimes doesn't know what the fans want because the fans themselves don't have a clear-cut grasp on what they want.
No,
They're
the fans
split on
themselves
literally
don't know what they want.
every issue. That's the problem. They're split on literally every issue. And I'm not talking about, oh, a vast majority want this and that. No, it's literally split 50-50 down the middle. Like, fans are just always up in arms over every little issue, whether it be big or small. It doesn't matter what it is. And you just can't please them. I know, I understand you can't please everybody. That's obvious. But it's like, you wish some fans or just some people, fans, I swear to God, just find every little thing to complain about.
You've mentioned this time and time and time again.
And it's like, I mean, not to mention, you remember back in 2018, right? 6 years ago, that's the one year it felt like everyone and their mother was vocal about it.
Are you talking about the big three or when Logano won the championship?
I'm just talking about this. I'm just talking about 2018 in general because of how 2018 was as a season, because of the lack of parity that was going on in that season when we just had the same group of guys, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr., basically at that time who were the three best drivers left, not counting Jimmy Johnson and Denny Hamlin, who were on rough equipment at that time. But the three of those guys they just wiped the floor with everybody else because they just had no competition.
No.
Whatsoever.
The only competition that they had was themselves.
But then you look at why was that? What changed in that time span to make such a change so drastic and so heavy to where it was only just three guys winning every single week? I'll give it to you straight up. It's because guys, Dale Earnhardt Jr. wasn't racing for so many years. I mean, say that even with the fans for a minute. Why do you think fans were so up in arms in 2018? Dale Earnhardt Jr. wasn't racing for like a good portion of NASCAR's fan base for years. Dale Earnhardt Jr. fans made up at least, I would say, roughly 60 to maybe like 80% of like NASCAR's fan base at that time period.
More than,
and it wasn't even just Dale Jr. being gone. Like, and it wasn't even just the fact that Dale Jr. was gone. Like, you had guys like Tony Stewart had been gone for a couple years then. Jeff Gordon was gone for a couple years then. Carl Edwards was gone for a couple years then. Greg Biffle was gone for a couple years then. Matt Kenseth was gone at that point. So it's like you had like this was a lot of the guys that were like
2018, but on a select races because Trevor Bayne wasn't doing well in the 6 car. But continue.
Yeah. But then, like, Denny Hamlin was in rough equipment. Jimmy Johnson was almost on his way out and in rough equipment at that time, and just not his former self. Like, Jimmy was starting to slip a little bit more and more, and was starting to become less competitive.
McMurray as well.
So fans were just stuck watching this. So fans were just stuck watching the same three guys win every single week because this was their top competition, and they were either gone or they were fading. So like nothing was stopping Harvick, Busch, and Truex from just dominating every single week. at that time period. Nothing was stopping those guys from just dominating.
Well, Logano did at the end of the season, as you know. Wait a
But
minute.
you know what? What's even crazier? Well, go ahead first.
Wait a minute. Regarding the night Logano won the championship in 2018, you mentioned it in, again, one of the streams or podcasts we did. Again, not this one, but a different one about 4 or 5 years ago. Homestead 2018, that's when the Kyle Busch fans really showed their true colors when Logano won the championship.
And it wasn't even
And
it wasn't
Truex
even just the
fans,
Kyle
too.
Busch fans. The Truex fans, especially the Truex fans and the Kyle Busch fans, but especially the Truex fans. A lot, not all of them, obviously, but a lot of Truex fans, especially the really salty ones, they just, oh my God, they were, oh my Lord. They let the salts reign in terror that night. They could not help themselves with being a bunch of salty, crying little that night. I swear.
You know what's funny, though?
It was that bad.
You remember Martinsville a couple weeks prior to Homestead, right?
Oh my God. I remember like it was yesterday.
I'll take that as a yes. When the Truex fans saw that, and then when Homestead rolled around, do you remember when even before then, during the after Martinsville and before Homestead, during that time span, the Truex fans, from what I can remember, that from what you told me, mainly the Truex fans, but Kyle Busch fans as well, but mainly the Truex fans, they were running their mouths saying that they're not going to lose. They're not going to lose to Joey Logano. They're part of the big three. They're everything. Yada, 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 yada. Look what happened. Oh, and another thing, too. When Truex said in the interview after Martinsville, he won the battle, but he ain't winning the damn war. And in the end, he lost the damn war.
It is literally the most poorly aged quote that I think I have ever heard from a driver in my life. And the Truex fans were talking so much junk after Martinsville. Oh, we ain't gonna lose to Joey Logano. Oh, if Truex gets back to his bumper at any point, he's gonna wreck him. He's gonna beat him next time. What happened? Like, what happened? Oh, yeah, that's right. Logano got right back to Truex at Homestead, and Truex didn't do a damn thing. Logano pulled an impressive, and I mean an impressive, outside maneuver where he just floored it. He floored it going into one of the corners, and he just straight up passed Truex and left him in the dust and went on to win that championship and make all the salty Truex fans cry. Just cry in their beer that night. And it was the most satisfying thing. And here's the thing. I'm not some massive Joey Logano fan. I just want to see those damn Truex fans that are talking all that shit. Just get a taste of reality for a minute. Because they were just talking so much junk. And then they got their asses handed to them, and Joey beat them again in the same fashion, and yet there they were crying again.
Martinsville, yeah, he did the bump and run. Homestead, he passed them clean.
Yet he didn't even have to touch him that time. And the fans let them have it. Like, oh my, the fan base that night went off.
I didn't see the
fans
comment section at the time, but I would presume that you did. How bad was it that night?
Bro, when I tell you the comment section was one of the most, it was the comments from pretty much everything. It was some of the most toxic stuff I think I had ever seen in my life up to that point from the entire NASCAR fan base. You had so many people making YouTube videos, so many people making all these nasty comments, talking about, oh, Logano isn't a legitimate champion. He doesn't deserve it. Oh, we want to race at a play track, and he doesn't win until later in the season, and he wins the championship. He's so undeserving. Oh, he's this and he's that, and all this other extra stuff. Like, so many people that night, and just in general, until the year was over, and even still now, I feel like, still give him for winning that championship in 2018, say how undeserving it is, and all that other mess. Like, let's also touch on that real quick too. The playoff format. Let's also get into this real quick too. This is another big bulk of the podcast I think that a lot of people probably want to see us talk about. I'm betting a lot of people are probably banking on myself and maybe even Calvin, because you're probably banking on, you guys probably hate the format like we do, or you should be hating the format because we don't like it either. No. If you want my opinion, I'm probably gonna piss people off with this, but I don't care. To a certain extent, I like the playoff format. And now I can see some people jumping into the comment section right now talking about the playoff format's such a gimmick. Why do you like this? It's a freaking gimmick, man. Oh, the chase is rigged. It's stupid. It provides undeserving champions. Pump the brakes. All right? Before you even say a word, let me explain something real quick. All right? Pump the brakes real fast. All right? Stop. Okay? The chase and the playoffs, I'm going to say it real quick right now. If you were to ask my opinion on what format that I preferred, yes, I do prefer that we would go back to either the Winston Cup format that has a season-long point standings where, hey, it's just the more points you score through all 36 campaigns, the more points you got, or the way the chase was structured in 2004 when it was first brought on, where it was just the top 10 in points in the last 10 races, duke it out for the title, and you go from there. Or option 3, the one they had from, I think it was, if I want to say 2007 to 2013, until they added Jeff Gordon to chase in 2013.
No, 2013.
Yeah.
2013 also.
Where it was just the top 10 guys make it, but then you had 2 wildcard spots in 11th and 12th. That's what I would use. Any of those 3, I'd be totally fine with. Those are the playoff formats that I think should be implemented instead of the current format. Now, again, I like the format. I do think some change. Obviously, this is not a perfect format by any means. This format is not perfect by any means at all. You're lying if you say otherwise, because there are definitely some things about this format that I don't like that I wish would be changed. Like, for example, though I cannot stress this enough, and it makes me mad talking about it.
If you say the win, you win
situation. The win? Yes. And you took the words right out of my mouth. The win in your in situation needs to be dead. Axe it, cut it, destroy it, burn it. Just get rid of it. I don't like the win in your in, man.
Dude, you remember when Shane Van Gisbergen won Chicago last year?
Oh my God. I'm so glad.
If he was added in the chase regardless.
Oh my God. Do you know how ridiculous that would have been? How stupid that would have been if Shane Van Gisbergen in his first career NASCAR start, mind you, he was the first NASCAR driver in over 60 years to win his first start in a cup race?
1963.
The first one to do that. If he would have made the playoffs off of that, oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, no. It makes me upset. It literally, it makes me want to vomit just thinking about it.
Thank God.
Gross.
They did not add him in and did not take that approach.
The fact, and the thing that makes me the most mad is the fact that you can win the Daytona 500 is coming up. Yes. The fact that you can win the Daytona 500 tomorrow and be locked into the chase in February is stupid to me. Don't get me wrong. When it first came out in 2014, I liked it because I was like, hey, you're guaranteed a spot in the chase. But the more and more that I kept seeing it over the next couple of years,
you've noticed the cracks on the dam, basically.
I noticed the cracks starting to show, and I noticed how illegitimate and how stupid it is. Because then it started producing guys that would get into the chase, and you knew they were going to be gone in the first round. Like Chris Buescher, for example, 2016. As fun as that was, him winning that fall race in 2016, he had no business being in the chase in 2016. No business. I knew he was going to be going out to the first round.
Was.
I knew for a fact he was going to be going out to the first round, and I was right.
So was I. I said the same thing.
I do not think anyone had Chris Buescher making it past round 16. If you did, I don't know what to tell you.
Because
there was no way.
Look what happened. He failed to make it through the first round.
But that blew up in your face real fast. That wasn't happening. No one expected that. He wasn't going to get past. It would have been a miracle if he would have made it past the first round.
No. No. You know what would be even
That wasn't happening.
miracle? You know what would be even more of a miracle though?
What?
You ready to you ready to hear this? You ready to hear this?
Oh no.
It would be
Oh God.
funny as if Chris Buescher was in the Final Four.
Oh my. Could you? Oh my God. Oh.
No,
Oh.
sit down and think
That's
about
a
that for a
nightmare
second.
thinking about that. Oh, that's oh my God. That's a nightmare waiting to happen. Yo. Oh my God. No. No. That's actually bad.
You good?
No.
You good?
Like, could you imagine if that actually ended up happening? Could you imagine if Chris Buescher somehow lucked his way to the Final Four and won the championship?
Dude, if NASCAR did that, I would have been speechless, given how mediocre
I
Formula
wouldn't have known
Motorsports
what to
was,
say.
unless they pulled a miracle right out of their ass during the final 10 races of the season.
I'd have been pissed. Excuse me. I'd have been pissed if that was the case, man. Just being honest here.
So would I. Again, given how mediocre Formula Motorsports was, the vast majority of the whole of 2016, aside from that Pocono race that he won, but still.
And while we're on the topic of champions and if someone's a legitimate champion or not, I remember hearing and watching you and Jessica talk over, the champions and who they were crowned and everything. And I remember noticing the little asterisk that was put on the Kyle Busch championship from 2015. I'm not calling her out by any means. Look, trust me, I'm not calling her out. I love her to death. Like, trust me, Jess, if you're watching this at some point, trust me, I love you to death. I do. But I gotta respectfully disagree here with that one. You cannot put an asterisk over Kyle Busch's 2015 championship. Now,
So,
let me explain something real quick.
What are you saying?
Why I disagree. Let me explain why I disagree real quick with the reason as to why Kyle Busch rightfully earned and deserves his 2015 title. And I might twist your brain a little bit, and I want to make you think on this one for a second here real quick. Okay? Think about this for a minute.
I'm listening.
Okay? Kyle Busch gets injured. He misses 11 races. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And don't get me wrong. Yes, there was a rule in place that NASCAR had set the precedent that you need to run all 36 races to have like a legitimate shot at winning the title, correct?
Yes, that's the rule.
That was true. But trump that for a minute. Get that out of your mindset for a minute here. Don't you think that even for 2 seconds, that actually, bro, listen to this. Riddle me this real quick.
I'm listening.
Chase Elliott and Alex Bowman got hurt last year, right?
Yes.
And they both were not the same driver they were before they got hurt.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But guess what Kyle Busch did? Kyle Busch, against all the odds, against having so much stuff stacked against him, he had the deck stacked against him. And guess what he did? After it took him a little bit to recuperate and get his feet back underneath him, but he wins Sonoma.
Yep.
And then the summer comes along. He goes on a tear and wins 3 straight races.
Kentucky,
from Kentucky,
New Hampshire, and Indianapolis.
To Indy. And then he is consistent enough throughout the year. He makes it to the 2nd seed. He was good enough to be the 2nd seed when the playoffs started behind Jimmy Johnson, from what I can remember.
Yes.
And then even though he doesn't win a race, he's consistent enough to make it all the way to the Final Four. And then guess who he races against? The defending champion and Kevin Harvick. Mark Truex Jr. in a researcher's career, and the retiring Jeff Gordon looking to bookend his career on top. And he beats them all of them, after coming back from an injury that would have derailed anybody else's chances. Even the sport's current day most popular driver could not live up to the hype and could not repeat the same feat that Kyle Busch was able to. Kyle Busch was able to do this in 2015. He did that in 2015. Chase Elliott, the sport's most current day popular driver, couldn't even do that. As good as Chase Elliott is, he couldn't even come close to repeating what Kyle Busch just did.
That didn't happen last year.
Doesn't that deserve?
He did not make the chase last year because of how inconsistent he was.
It's like what Kyle Busch just did Doesn't that even deserve even a little bit of appreciation, just a little bit? I'm not saying you got to like what happened. You ain't got to like the outcome, but don't put an asterisk on a championship just because you don't like the outcome or because you think it's undeserved because of a precedent set from a while back. Dude, this made for one of the best comeback stories, not only in NASCAR history, but in sports history.
Period.
How many times do you see a driver or a team that has a player get injured come back and be the same that they were or even better than they were before they got hurt? You don't see it very often.
You don't.
You don't. Like, everybody was so quick to put an asterisk on that championship instead of, appreciating what we had in that moment, instead of appreciating what we got. Because guess what? Even if you don't like Kyle Busch, and trust me, I'm not saying this because I like Kyle Busch to the moon and back. I'm not some massive Kyle Busch fan. I'm just saying he did what and not to mention, nothing for nothing, he played under the same format and the same playing field as everyone else. It'd have been different if he wrecked someone to win the championship. It'd have been different if he would have cheated. But no, he played with the hand that he was dealt. He played under the same format that he was given, like everyone else. And guess what? He whooped them all. He came back from an injury, from a broken leg and a broken foot, and he won. You don't see that very often. You don't see that happen anymore.
No, you
That doesn't
don't.
happen very often.
Pretty
So
sure.
doesn't that deserve some appreciation in it, like even just a little bit? I think so.
I think so too.
I think it deserves some appreciation because you don't see that very often. So I have to respectfully disagree with the people that say that he doesn't deserve it. I don't care that in the original points he finishes 20th in point. I don't care, dude. That made for an amazing, not only an amazing story, but it also goes to show you the talent that Kyle Busch is, the amazing driver that Kyle Busch is. Yes, I'm glazing Kyle Busch right now, and I don't care. I don't care. I'm glazing the out of him. I'm talking about how amazing of a driver he is because it's the truth. You don't see a lot of drivers or a lot of other guys come back from injury to win it all at season's end.
No,
You don't see that happening all the time. You don't.
That was Days of Thunder in real life. That's what that was.
Literally, dude. You don't see it very often with guys coming back from injury and being the same. 90% of guys, or even 80%, are never the same after they get hurt.
Again, what you just said about Kyle Busch in his 2015 season, that's Days of Thunder right there. Ironically enough, that happened when the movie was 25 years old.
Crazy. So it's like,
and
the way I feel about fans with that mess, it's like, don't give me that crap.
The commercial?
Honestly.
Do you remember the M&M's Crispy commercial or the promo?
Yeah.
That Kyle Busch and Adam Stevens did in 2015? It was very identical in some scenes, in some lines that was used in Days of Thunder.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I do.
Again, what Kyle Busch, his 2015 season, it was basically Days of Thunder in real life.
Pretty much.
Because
it's like, again,
because if you remember in the movie, for those who have yet to see it, you may want to fast forward a bit because, again, if you haven't seen it, this will contain spoilers. So before you listen and carry on with this podcast, I would suggest pause it and watch the movie for yourself. Because, again, if you haven't seen it already, spoiler warning. But
it's a good
jumping
watch.
Straight to the point, you remember in the movie when Cole Trickle was injured?
Yep.
Came back and won the Daytona 500.
Yep.
Same thing, or almost the same thing here. Kyle Busch gets injured. He comes back, wins the championship.
And in my humble opinion, he rightfully earned it and rightfully deserves it, man.
Mind you,
he worked his butt off to win that championship, man. He more than earned it. He more than deserves it.
On the 25th, to celebrate 25 years of Days of Thunder, I think it's 25 years, 10, 20, 25 years. He and Adam Stevens, who was his crew chief at the time, they did a commercial or a promo for M&M's Crispy, because M&M's Crispy was a thing back then, and it was even the sponsor on his car. The shots, the scenes, and even some of the lines, that's what you would see and hear from the Days of Thunder film. Yet, in that same year, that commercial or promo was a thing, Kyle Busch wins the championship. Let that sink in for a second.
Like, he earned it, man. Like, I don't want to hear it no more.
Wait a
man.
minute.
He earned it. Like,
Wait
I
a
have
minute.
a Instagram post talking about it too.
Wait a minute. Didn't you say that was Kyle in his days with Joe Gibbs Racing? That was Kyle Busch, from what you've told me, at his most humble.
2015, for whatever reason, he just felt like he was just so humble with it, and he was just so happy, and just like you could tell, because you could tell he worked his butt off to get there, dude. If you're telling me that this guy gets injured, I mean, yes, he got himself injured in a race he shouldn't have been running in the first place, but still, he got injured by no fault of his own, recuperates, comes back, and wins the title, and it was an emotional moment for himself and Samantha and all that. Like, just dude. Not only does it make for an amazing story, it just goes to show you the amount of just perseverance and just the drive, the passion, and just literally in general, just the talent that Kyle Busch is. That even when injured, even when the deck is stacked against him, even when all the odds say that he has no chance, no shot at all, he defied the odds and won it anyway.
So, and you're saying the championship in 2015 for Kyle Busch was much deserved.
It is. And dude, I will die on that hill, and I don't care what anybody says. I'm going to die. I will respectfully die on that hill.
So
I have said it since then, and I will still say it. Kyle Busch rightfully deserves his 2015 championship, and I don't give a fuck. He earned it. I'm tired of hearing people say he didn't earn it or he doesn't deserve it. No, he earned it just like everyone else did. They all played under the same format in 2015. I'm tired of hearing it. Stop putting an asterisk on a championship just because you don't like the outcome. It's stupid. I'm tired of hearing it.
So, in a way, it's a blessing in disguise that the round of 16 style format has been in place in that sense.
Like, it literally is. It's like, I don't care if you don't like the driver or not. It's like, dude, these guys, this is just me. In my humble opinion, if you ain't cheating or if you ain't doing something stupid or you're wrecking people on purpose and you just play by the hand you're dealt and you literally win the championship under the same format that everyone else is winning it under, because guess what? You want to know something? You want to know something funny? You want to know something funny real quick here, right now? If you're going to sit here and tell me that Ryan Blaney, that just won the championship in 2023, and guess what? Ryan Blaney this past season had a 14th place average finish. So in my opinion, he probably is one of the least deserving champions on this bracket. If we're gonna go that route. And I like Blaney. I'm cool with him. I like the fact that he won. And this is not me saying I hate Blaney. This is also not me saying he doesn't deserve his championship, by the way. Don't get it twisted. I think he deserves it. But I'm just making a point that if you think Kyle Busch's championship is undeserving, then guess what? Ryan Blaney's is even more undeserving because he had a 14th place average finish.
Well,
my boy William Byron has an 11th place average finish and should have won the championship this past season.
So you're saying William Byron is more deserving of the championship last year then?
Because guess what? The most top fives, the most top tens, the most wins, an 11th place average finish and everything. The best driver all damn season this past season. And guess who he gets beat by? A guy who only had 2 to 3 wins and had a 14th place average finish? One of the worst average finishes next to Jimmy Johnson in 2016?
Well, we're going to say that. You want to know something funny? In the championship for a couple of months ago, Kyle Larson had the worst average finish. His average finish of a 14.6. Compare that to Blaney.
And yet
his average finish was a 14.1.
And yet he still made the Final Four even with 70 DNFs. So by that logic, those two were as equally undeserving as Kyle Busch is, if we're going to go by that dumbass logic.
I tell
you. I am a Jimmy Johnson fan. You know how happy I was in 2016 when Jimmy won that championship. But guess what? Jimmy was not. It was a non-factor all day. Kyle Busch and Carl Edwards were the class of the field that day. Carl Edwards, before he got wrecked, was the guy who was cruising and was easily going to win the championship in 2016 until that last caution came out.
I was about to bring up Jimmy Johnson's 2016 season. And I'm going to ask you this. Is Jimmy Johnson deserving of that 2016 championship over Carl Edwards?
Hell yes, he is. Yes.
Explain right now.
And look, again, I know people are probably going to go ape on the comments with me, but guess what? Want to know something? Do you want to know this? Yes,
Explain.
Jimmy only won 2 races in the regular season. And then, yes, we were dog for a majority of the season and throughout the summer. But
Especially
guess
during the
what?
summer
You
tenure.
want to know what they did? Do you want to know what they did? Like they've done almost every other time? They flipped the switch when it mattered the most, got to Homestead. Not even just that. They won 2 races before they even got to Homestead, by the way, actually. Thank you very much. Also, by the way.
Charlotte
And
and
that was
Martinsville.
Charlotte and Martinsville. And he was the first to lock himself in before anybody else.
Charlotte
And
and
yes, don't
Farley,
get me wrong.
Charlotte and Martinsville. The first race in their respective
And
round.
the thing is, too, even though Jimmy was the worst out of the 4, his car was at least good enough to still run within the top 5, top 10. This man literally also even got disqualified before the race even began. He literally had to go to the back of the field. He came from dead ass last to win the race and the championship. Yes, albeit with a lucky circumstance, with Dylan Lupton bringing out the caution and everything. But he also was there at the right place at the right time and capitalized on the fact that Logano and Edwards started wrecking each other. Another thing, too, I want to touch on that real quick as well. The thing is, too, with that there between Edwards and Logano, I do not blame either driver in that instance. You can't blame either driver in that instance because guess what? If Edwards doesn't block, that's his championship gone right then and there. If Logano doesn't go for it, that's his championship gone too. So you really cannot blame either driver. It was both guys going for the chance. That's not payback. That's not guys hating each other. That's just 2 guys. No one was at stake, both going for the championship, and it just didn't work out.
For neither of them.
That's what that was. Now, yes, it probably shouldn't have come to that because what they threw the caution for was actually pretty dumb. Even as a Johnson fan, I'll admit that. That was pretty stupid. Dylan Lupton was like well off the racetrack before the caution even came out. But still, it happened. It is what it is. Johnson ended up taking advantage of it, won the 7th championship. He won it outright. He earned it. He deserves it.
But
he was one of the best guys at the end of it all. He earned it, man.
What if I told you in the final 4, he had the lowest average finish with a 14.0?
And it's the truth. He did. He did have the worst average finish. While as Edwards and Busch and especially even Logano were a lot better than him throughout the season. That is obviously true too. And with an actual point standings, I think Johnson would have finished 5th in the standings if there wasn't a playoff format.
Yet. You say William Byron is more deserving the 2023 championship than Blaney.
He is. I mean, dude, again, same thing. I mean, look, even as a Johnson fan, I'll tell you what. Edwards deserved it more than Jimmy did. And I'm a big fan of both. A lot of people that know me already, I mean, even you know this, I'm a massive Carl Edwards fan too. Jimmy's my guy, but Edwards was always my second favorite guy. I feel for Edwards. I feel that Edwards, even though, of course, I'm happy that Jimmy won it, I still do feel that Edwards deserved it more than Jimmy did. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie. He did deserve it more than Johnson did. Johnson still won it, and I'm still happy, but Edwards did deserve it more. Same thing with Byron. The only reason we didn't win it, it's on us. It's on the 2014. Blaney had a much better car, and Byron's car was good at the beginning of the race, but they didn't adjust on the car like they were supposed to. And the last 2 pit stops, they whiffed on it when it mattered. They were slow stops. They were very slow stops. And then Byron got stuck in traffic and then couldn't go forward. So that loss falls back on them. They didn't perform when they should have at the very end. They didn't. That's on us. That was our own fault. Should have performed when we had the chance to, and we didn't. That's on the entire 2014.
Kind of did, but then Blaney was there at the right place at the right time and was up front.
And he was just the best all day as far as pace and as far as, adjustments were concerned. He just had the better car that day out of everybody that was there.
Which he did. Kyle Lawson as well, but again, Blaney was a bit faster than the Hendrick drivers that were in the championship, that of Lawson and Byron. Chris LaBelle, too, I feel like also could have been up there had he not had the mechanical problem.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt, I feel like Bell certainly could have been up there. If it wasn't for that problem, I think he definitely would have been up there. He would definitely have had a chance. There's no doubt in my mind.
Going back to Carl Edwards real quick, we're going to 2016. Carl Edwards had the second lowest average finish, would you believe it, of a 13.9.
Not surprised there.
Kyle Busch with an 11.5 average finish. Joey Logano, if this was the Winston Cup format, would have won the championship in 2016 with his average finish of a 10.5.
I was like, and I mean, don't get me wrong. It does go to also say, too, your consistency still matters. I mean, there's a big debate amongst fans that consistency no longer matters. But to be real with you, it actually still does. Yes, it does. It still does matter.
You know what's funny, though?
What?
I mentioned this in the podcast I had with Jessica. You even mentioned it yourself in, I think it was via your Instagram live streams. Do you remember 2003?
I do.
You remember Ryan Newman won 8 races that year, right?
Yep.
He failed to capitalize.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Kenseth won just once.
One race.
You can continue with what I'm trying to point out.
And like this is something that I pointed out numerous times. And this is why I get so like upset. This is why I legitimately just cannot understand the fan logic when it comes to how much they hate the format and just in general how they judge champions, because fans sit here and they say that wins mean everything here. And that fans also keep saying consistency is key, right? Mm-hmm. And not to mention, the biggest thing fans keep saying is the driver with the most wins is the one who should be hoisting the cup at season's end.
Well, 2003,
but I think a lot
with 8 wins, right? In 2003, Ryan Newman finished 6th in the points. He still finished in the top 10, so that's good. But again, he didn't hoist up the Winston Cup trophy at season's end. That honor goes to Matt Kenseth. Again,
why?
Ryan Newman with 8 wins. Matt Kenseth just 1. But here's the thing. Ryan Newman, yeah, he got 8 wins along with 17 top 5s, more than Matt Kenseth, as Kenseth had 11 top 5s. Kenseth, on the other hand, though, had more top 10s than Ryan Newman. Kenseth with 25 of those. Ryan Newman, on the other hand, 22.
Yeah, if you look at that real quick right there, it's like fans always say wins basically is what wins you the championship. But what fans fail to realize is just winning races doesn't make you great. Consistency and contending for those wins is also what matters too. And guess what? It's not even just the fact of that too. You also need to make sure that you perform when it matters the most too. Because guess what? You can get to Homestead by being consistent and by winning races. But especially if you cannot perform when you're supposed to at the very end, especially, then did you really deserve to make it that far? No, not really. That's what Ryan Newman failed to do in 2003. He won 8 races, but wasn't consistent enough to win the title that year. Kenseth, on the other hand, despite only winning 1 race, was. And that's also my point to the current day format. Even Ryan Blaney, as much as he had a lower average place finish, he peaked when it mattered the most. When it mattered the most and the chips came a-knocking and it was time to decide who was going to make it or not, Ryan Blaney showed up. He showed up, took the world by storm, won the championship. He succeeded where everyone else faltered. I don't know what else more is there to explain. To be honest, I really don't know what else more is there to explain.
I do, in regards to Ryan Newman.
My thing is this. Like, here's the thing. My thing is this, and this is the case for any sport. I know people get upset, NASCAR fans specifically, when you compare NASCAR to stick and ball sports. I understand. But guess what? I don't give a fuck. I'm going to make a stick and ball sports comparison here real quick.
Oh, boy.
The New England Patriots in 2007 won at least 16 some odd games. I don't think they lost a single regular season game all season long. They get to the Super Bowl and lose to the Giants. Another one is the 2015 Carolina Panthers. They went 15-1 in 2015. They only lost one game, and that was the last game of the season against the Falcons. They make it all the way to the Super Bowl, and they play one of the worst Super Bowls I have ever seen in my life against the Denver Broncos. They only were able to muster up 10 points. From what I can remember, they only scored 10 points. 10 points. And this was the team that dominated the NFC all season long in 2015. This was the Carolina Panthers were the talk of the town. They were the talk of the town all season long in 2015. Everyone was ranting. Everybody was raving about how good Cam Newton was, how awesome Cam Newton was, how great the Panthers were. Yet they got to a roadblock in Von Miller and Peyton Manning in that Broncos defense and that entire Broncos team, and they lost. They lost to the Broncos and to a retiring Peyton Manning who had bookended his career with a second Super Bowl in one of the worst Super Bowls ever in Super Bowl 50.
And this was
the best team all year,
right?
Didn't win.
With 10 points scored, yes?
Yep, I think it was a 22. Yeah, I think it was like a 22-10 Broncos victory.
Okay, so in that sense,
is what it ended up being.
Broncos had a score of 24.
Pretty much.
It's Super Bowl 50,
and the Panthers only had. Yep, Super Bowl 50.
That's what I'm looking at right now. Panthers to 10, Broncos 24.
No thrilling finish whatsoever. And this was a team that everybody and their mother had picked to win the Super Bowl that year. And they didn't. I said all that to say this. The guys who are the best all year are not always going to come out on top. Jeff Gordon in 1996, when I can remember,
yes,
won 10 races to Terry Labonte's 2 and didn't win the championship. And it was Terry Labonte who won. Why? Consistency. Gordon was inconsistent, whereas Labonte was consistent. Do you see where I'm getting at here?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And I'm not even just talking about just being consistent. I'm just talking about, in general, the guys who you think should win the championship do not always win it all the time. They don't. In other words, the guys that you think are the best all year, or even are the best all year, don't always come through and always win the title. It doesn't always happen. And the Winston format produced some of that too.
Yes,
it doesn't always happen, guys.
96, you just mentioned it.
The guys who win the most don't always win.
2003,
I'm just saying.
Even
the guys who win all the time don't always win.
When Tim Richmond won 6 races in 1986, but lost the championship to Dale Sr. at the season's end in 1986. Again, this comes back to your point.
Even Dale Sr. won against Rusty Wallace. Even Dale Sr. won one against Rusty Wallace, and Rusty won 10 races compared to Dale's, 5 or 6?
It was around that number, yes. Rusty won 10 races in 1993, over 30 years ago. But yet, Rusty lost the championship to Dale Earnhardt.
Just too inconsistent. Too inconsistent for his own good.
And guess what? The same thing happened the following year. Rusty, again, winning the most races with 8 in 94, and again, lost out to Dale Earnhardt. Same thing happened the following year, in 94.
It just goes to show you that, dude, look, you can win as many races as possible as you want. But at the end of the day, man, if you ain't consistent, or if not even just being consistent, if you do not even have at least, how should I put this? If you do not have the drive to back that up and to peak, especially when it matters the most.
What you're saying is, if you're not there to pick up the scraps, if you're not there to finish where you need to finish and be on top of your game, if you're not on top of your game, that's when the cracks begin to form on the dam.
It's like, if you cannot, show up on championship day when it matters the most, then guess what? All that winning and the consistency that you brought together throughout the entire season is for nothing.
Exactly. All that
you don't deserve to be there
at that point. Wasted.
Completely wasted. Someone else deserves your spot. If someone gets mad at that, I don't care. It's the truth. If you can't put it together when it matters the most at the very end of the season, or when it matters the most in that last race, are you really deserving? No, you're not.
Just because someone
you can rant and rave about how deserving you think they are.
Just because someone has won the most races doesn't mean that they're championship worthy and when the championship is season end, because Again, we just explained it. We just explained it. Tim Richmond in 1986 won the most races, but lost the championship. 10 years later, Jeff Gordon won the most races, lost the championship. Few years back, prior to that, in 94 and 93 for that matter, Rusty Wallace, he won the most races, lost the championship. 2003, Ryan Newman won the most races, lost the championship. You see what I'm getting with this?
Like, literally, it's literally like, dude, a freaking 3-year-old could even do this. It's like, dude, literally, that's, and not to mention those same fans that complained about Kenseth wrapping up the title a week early were the same reasons we got the chase.
Yeah.
And 90% of y'all don't like the chase.
You want to know something that's funny?
You have yourselves to blame for that shit.
You want to know something that's funny though? Because again, what you just brought up, when Matt Kenseth won the title in 2003, that's what implemented the chase for the Nextel Cup, as it was called back then, in the first place. Because again, when Matt Kenseth won the championship in 2003, I even mentioned this in the podcast I did with Jessica, people complained. When the chase was implemented, people complained. When the chase was implemented again, people complained. When the chase was updated again, people complained. You see what I'm getting with this, dude?
It's just the simple fact that, dude, when it comes to the chase, and when it comes, not even just the chase in general, but when it comes to any type of playoff format or any type of just anything that crowns a champion, the fans will never be accepting of any type of format or any type of championship, like anything champion. If you even try to say the word championship, I feel like nowadays fans immediately cringe or get upset because fans just cannot get over the hump that it's not 2003 anymore and we're not crowning champions the way we were back in 2003. It's just not happening. And guess what? Like I said earlier, for the most part, to a degree, fans kind of got themselves to blame for that because they were complaining when Kenseth wrapped up the title a week early.
At Rockingham. The final
and then we got the
chase. Rockingham, by the way.
And then we got the chase. And 80 to 90% of y'all don't like the chase. So I don't think NASCAR should constantly bend to the will of the fans every single time
those
something happens.
Those are the same people that complained when Matt Kenseth won the championship in 2003. I bet you those are the same people.
Probably.
I bet you.
Probably so. It wouldn't surprise me because fans complain about every damn thing.
This comes
now,
back
don't
to
get me
my
wrong.
Point, what I said at the beginning of this podcast. And I think in the episode podcast I did with Jessica, the fans, quote unquote, at this point, fans don't know what they want and they complain about everything and everybody and at everyone for that matter. At that point, can you even call them fans?
Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. You can't even call them fans at that point because if you're going to be a fan, you have to at least be critical. But here's the thing. My credential is this. If you're going to be a fan, I'm not saying you got to blindly support everything that your favorite sport or motorsport or whatever does. But the thing is, if you're going to be critical about the stuff that happens in a sport or whatever, make sure you're critical for the right reasons. Don't just be critical all the damn time and just talk out your ass, basically, because you're just so angry and fickle with every little change the sport makes. Sometimes the sport's got to make a change. And even if you don't like the change, sometimes, dude, it's necessary for the sport to thrive. The sport cannot stay at a standstill for years and years and years just because it's working. Sometimes you got to evolve and go down some very dangerous waters in order to not only bring in new fans, but to allow the sport to thrive and to continue to get better. So if you're going to call yourself a fan, make sure you're critical for the right reasons. Don't just be critical all the damn time just because you think it's fun to hate on NASCAR and just to be overly critical for no reason. You can be overly cynical for all the wrong reasons, or you can be like me and a lot of other people that I'm critical of NASCAR sometimes when they make a change or something that I think is stupid or I think that it isn't going to work. But the difference between me and most people is for the most things, I'm willing to give it a chance. Because guess what? Sometimes certain things, you got to be willing to give it a shot. If it doesn't work, then yeah, you can be like, oh yeah, it didn't work. But sometimes you got to be willing to give certain things a chance. And then you can give your opinion or your 2 cents. Like, for example, when everyone was up in arms over the one lug nut rule and the number placement when the Gen 7 first came out, for example, just to name a few.
I swear, when they made that one, we've had this one lug nut rule for a couple of years now. When I first saw that, when it was first announced, if you ask me, I said in my mind, I said to myself, they're trying to be like F1 so bad. I swear.
To be real with you, I was kind of thinking the same thing a little bit. And don't get me even to a degree now, I still kind of do not understand why they even went with this rule. Because obviously, if you ask me, as like literally as an old school fan, just like you and me are, I do prefer the 5 lug nut rule, and I also prefer the numbers to be, in the middle of the car because it just looks weird. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It looks weird. I'm used to it now, but it looks weird having the fact that the numbers are moved so far forward instead of keeping them in the middle where they should be.
Would you rather have it
it's a change that I
or
would
at the back?
Because trust me, that's what I was about to bring up first. I was actually about to bring that up a minute ago. Fans are so up in arms over that, but my thing is, would you guys rather them be moved backwards like they were for the 2020 All-Star race or move forwards? I'm having them move forwards. I don't want to see them move backwards because that was ugly. That was gross.
You think? Oh my word! No,
I did not like that look.
No.
Oh my God, that was
more.
ugly.
No, there was more. You remember that LED light that was underneath the cars?
Dude, I cannot tell you how hyped I was when they said that they were going to use underglow. When they said they were using underglow for the All-Star race, I was so hyped. I was so excited. And then it came out. And I was severely disappointed and let down.
So in other words, you were shaking your head in disappointment.
It's like that meme where the guy says that he was trying out a food or whatever it was. And he says, my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. That was so underwhelming. The fact that they only put the underglow on the back of the car, on the back. You only put it on the back. You don't even put it on the sides or the front like they did for Nashville and all that mess in Vegas and all that when they were having the underglow and all that stuff for the little burnout sessions. Remember how cool Larson and Kurt Busch's cars would put the underglow and all that shit? I was like, yo, they're going to bring that in. It's going to look so cool. And then they did it, and that was just not good. That was not it.
Well, frankly,
it was not good.
Nowadays is not it. And they would go, didn't you say it in the 2022 All-Star rant that you did? I think you said, we're going to be All-Star race. You said, and I quote, just go back to what worked. Unless I'm very much mistaken.
And that's what they should have done. It's the truth. And that's still how I feel. I don't care that it gets stale. Like, dude, Charlotte and the original format was what worked for this race. Don't get me wrong. It was cool seeing it go back to Wilkesboro and everything because obviously it helped Wilkesboro get back on the map again.
Yes, it did.
But at the same time, the short track package was garbage. You wonder why the race wasn't as good as it should have been this past season. Because the All-Star race is now nothing more than a damn joke. The Charlotte in the original format they had from 2014 and backwards was what worked for this race. Nowadays, like I said in the video, is nothing more than a joke. It's a joke, dude. It's a joke. No, the original format, from what I can recall, was you had, what was it, 1 or 2 segments, I think it was. You had one segment, which was the first stint. You had a second segment, which was the second stint. And then your final stint was the last segment. And that was it. You had 3 segments. That was the end of it. You didn't have all these different rules and stuff. No, you didn't have to have all that. It made no sense.
It was 3 to 4 segments at the time. I think it's even like that nowadays, but
that's what worked, man. And that worked. It worked just fine. It was a nice little flow and all that stuff. The race flowed perfectly. They didn't have to do all these different gimmicks and shit to make it work.
You want to know something? The All-Star race was dubbed as one of those clown jewel events.
And that's what it should be. That's what it's supposed to be. Nowadays, it ain't even that.
It's not.
It's just another race on the schedule now. It doesn't feel like a marquee event. It just feels like another race on the schedule. And it shouldn't feel that way.
Without points. That's the
just
only
for
difference.
$1 million. For $1 million. That's all that it is.
And that's been the prize purse for over 20 years at this point. $1 million.
But it
That's
legitimately
the purse
nowadays
for over
doesn't
20
even
years
feel
now.
like a marquee event. It don't feel like an event at all. It just feels like an obstacle for us to get through, just to get back to the real racing.
Quote unquote real racing, because it was at a short track. Well,
It's like
cut North Wilkesboro some slack because it was their first race there since September of 1996 for the Cup Series anyway. But still.
yes, I can cut them some slack on. But obviously, you already know 2022, I'm never letting them live that down. That is the worst all-star race ever run, and I will never let them live that down. That race sucked ass.
The worst one, period.
The worst all-star race ever run. I will never watch that race again.
It's that bad.
It is that bad.
Now, here's the question. Is it bad or more worse than the 2000 Daytona 500 then? Which one would you watch out of those two?
I'm going to be real with you. I'll tell you what. I'd rather watch a 2000 Daytona 500 over that damn race. Because at least the 2000 Daytona 500, at least that'll put me to sleep. So I won't even be able to remember half of it.
Well, wasn't the 2022 edition of the All-Star race a snooze fest?
Yeah, it was. But the only reason why I say what I say is because watching it is just going to piss me off. At least, if I want to go to bed, if I'm feeling so sluggish and tired, I'm just going to watch the 2000 Daytona 500, and then I'll put me to bed right away. I'll fall asleep to that.
Wait a minute. When you were watching it recently, didn't you doze off?
Dude, I was literally on the phone with Sandra, and I think even she can tell you, I legitimately fell asleep, and I don't even remember the second half of the race. I don't remember it.
Well, what lap?
And I watched the whole race. I don't remember. That's the problem. I don't remember.
Do you remember Dale Jarrett?
All I can tell you,
leading?
it was middle of the race. What felt like every single lap.
When you dozed off, was Dale Jarrett leading?
Yep. And the second I woke back up, he was still leading.
What about Mark Martin?
I completely forget where he was running.
He was also up there, like the second most laps of 65. Dale Jarrett led the most of 89.
No surprise.
You're not surprised when I say that, right? When Dale Jarrett led the most laps of 89.
No. I mean, nobody was touching Dale Jarrett that day. Nobody was touching the 88 car that day. It was impossible.
Dude, the Ford manufacturers were impossible to catch, period. They pretty much just swept
They were.
Daytona Speed Weeks that year. Dale Jarrett won the pole.
They did.
Ricky Rudd, second fastest, blocked out the front row for the 500. Dale Jarrett won the Bud Shootout, while his teammate Ricky Rudd simultaneously flipped upside down and finished the race upside down. In the twin 125s, Bill Elliott won the first 125. Ricky Rudd took the other. And then the 500, as we know, Dale Jarrett won. And then coming back to Daytona for the 4th of July race, again, the Fords were untouchable, with Jeff Burton taking the top honors in the Pepsi 400. And FYI, that race in particular was the last race covered on CBS Sports when they broadcasted the NASCAR event. That was the last time, for Cup at least.
That's just so crazy.
But
And they didn't go out with a bang. They went out with a whimper.
no, they went out with a letdown regarding the 500 at least in 2000. But the craziest thing is,
oh my God.
when they started in 1979, it was a hit right from the outset. Right from the outset.
It sucks that that's the end. It starts with a banger, ends with a snooze fest.
Wait a minute. Have you even seen the 1979 Daytona 500 in full length?
I don't think I have. I know I've seen snippets of it, I think. And I obviously have seen all the famous parts of it, of course, a million times.
Of course, the infamous finish with Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison and Richard Petty.
Yep, with their
thunder and winning
Petty
the race.
winning.
And Dale Waltrip finishing in second place. It wouldn't be until 10 years later Dale Waltrip himself would find victory lane in the 500 in 1989 on fumes might I add. And then fast forward
Crazy, man. And then
12 years later, his brother, Michael, won it for himself in 2001, as I'm sure we all know the story by now. And then won it again.
obviously we all know the
2003.
story up to this point. And it's just so crazy. And it's like you look at how all those things transpired and the way that they did. Darrell Walsh, after 17 years of trying to, wins the Daytona 500, and obviously
And
we all
caught
know
number
the man
17.
himself, the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt. Yep. And obviously we all know the Dale Earnhardt story with Dale Earnhardt after so many years of trying to, over 20 years of trying, finally in 1998 gets the chance and gets the opportunity to win it for himself. Finally is able to, and then just 3 years, unfortunately, just 3 years after being able to realize it for himself, he then ends up going out on his own terms, giving both his son and his best friend a chance to realize it too.
We did a documentary about this 3 years ago now. That documentary,
it's really poetic and ironic in a way, if you think about it.
it is. It really is. When you put the piece, when you pull these pieces from this puzzle you're about to build, right? You pull all the pieces down on this floor that you have, on the floor, on the table, or what have you. It takes you a while to put the pieces to the puzzle together, but when you finally finish the puzzle, you realize it, if that makes sense. Now, regarding Michael Waltrip, though, in 2001, when he won the 500, guess how many attempts it took for him to win a 500, let alone, well, it was his 463rd attempt. But regarding the 500, guess how many attempts it took for him to do it?
I want to say maybe 12 attempts, maybe
15.
Well,
15 and car number 15.
What a coincidence.
Darrell won it in his 17th try in car number 17. Michael wins it in his 15th attempt in car number 15. And both of them are brothers.
Massive coincidence. It's so crazy. And of course,
it's
obviously
poetic in a way.
It is very poetic. I mean, just not to mention just the way the 01 500 played out. It played out like a movie. If you want to keep it real, it played out like a movie scene. If you really want to keep it real, it basically played out just like that. And gosh, how do I even say this? Like, yeah, I'll say it like this here. Like, everybody knows the story. Late in the race, Earnhardt wasn't in a position to win, so he felt like, you know what? This is the plan. Like I told both Michael and Junior, I'm going to push the two of these guys, and they can go for it. But I'm going to sit back here and keep everyone else at bay. Like, and that was the first time any of us, had ever seen him do something like that. We always had known him as the Intimidator, the guy who would never, ever, 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 and I mean ever, shred an opportunity to make an aggressive move, no matter what. Any other year, he would have signaled someone to draft with him, and they fly right in through, but they would just go straight to the lead. But not this time. This time, he's blocking Schrader, blocking Rusty, blocking Marlin. As he does, the traffic behind him continues to build. Waltrip and Junior keep pulling away, and it was just 10 seconds. 10 seconds, if not even 500 feet from the finish line. The second the leaders could not be caught anymore, that was just it. Earnhardt lost control, slammed the turn 4 wall. That was pretty much it. If you want to keep it real in the way I felt he went out, you remember watching Avengers Endgame, right?
Yes.
Dale Earnhardt in that moment went out how Tony Stark went out. He went out on his own terms. He went out as the real hero. If you want to put it in a certain way, he went out on his own terms as the real hero. As the guy who was able to basically be the saving grace that day, basically sacrificed himself to allow his son and his best friend to realize how special the Daytona 500 is and can be. Just 3 years. Just 3 years prior, he won it all for himself. And then 3 years later, he's able to allow his son and his best friend to realize it too. It's just so poetic when you think about it. And it's just actually, it's emotional when you really piece it all together. And when you bring it up, I don't think there's any other way to describe it as just poetic, emotional, gripping, and just all around
A feel good moment.
heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, but also a feel
I
good
say feel
moment.
good moment
But at the
because when
same
they came back
time,
to Daytona in
yeah,
July, Dale Earnhardt Jr. won it, Michael Waltrip second. Same result as it was in February, but vice versa.
and it's so crazy because especially even in that year in 2001 alone, the guys that were the saving grace of that season were Michael Waltrip, a best friend, finally realizing an opportunity and seizing it for himself. Steve Park, the protege, the guy that DEI was built around before Michael and Junior got there.
When the
Kevin
started
Harvick,
up in
the eventual
98
replacement.
or 97 because he ran part time for the
Yeah.
14 ride under the DEI name, but mainly
Mm-hmm.
98 because that's when he was a rookie full time. But continue.
Yeah. Then Harvick, the guy who would end up replacing Earnhardt and became a successor, and then a son later in the year at Daytona in July, living up to his namesake. It was those several guys. It was literally all those guys right there with all their individual moments. And even Junior at Dover after 9/11, rallying the troops, rallying everybody together and bringing everybody back together after just everything that happened with 9/11, giving everybody just some hope, just giving everybody, just a bit of some, just some relief, basically. And all those moments in 2001 help bring the sport and everyone closer together. Because obviously everybody knows, the thing about it is when you lose somebody like that, when losing Dale Earnhardt, and even as bad and as scary and as traumatic and as awful as 9/11 was, the world kept going. Everything kept going. The races and everything else were coming that Sunday, or everything was going to, the world itself was going to keep going, whether we were going to be around for it or not. Even though they took a hiatus and took a break to slow down and allow everyone to recover after just the awful 9/11 attacks, once Dover came around and Junior was able to get the win and just the amazing pre-race they put together before the race, it was just all those little moments were just healing moments, not just for the sport, but especially with 9/11 there for the whole country, bringing everybody together and,
We're in
it
this
just makes
together.
just for such great storybook material. It's just so poetic. And like, just 2001 was one of those years that so much happened, but
Yes.
it took everybody working together, and it took everybody. It took even just several people in respective sports and everything else. It took everyone working together for everyone to get through that year, as difficult as it was. And in the end, it ended up it was a year that everyone brought themselves together in more ways than one. It ended up strengthening the country, and especially in NASCAR's case, it strengthened the sport in a way that, hey, even though Dale wasn't here, they still pressed on. They still pressed on regardless of the tragedy, and they were able to do it in the best way possible while still honoring his legacy in the best
Yes.
way possible.
Yes.
It's just so crazy to think.
Which the year Dale Earnhardt passed, you probably remember because they showed it in some shots. Atlanta, where the grass portion is on the front stretch, you see the number 3 that's painted in the grass area.
Yep.
Bristol, they did the same thing. They painted the number 3 on the apron at Bristol Motor Speedway again in 2001. You would see that in some shots. So to your point,
Just a beautiful, nice little tribute to him.
exactly. To my point, and to your point, the legacy continues.
And
And
it
guess
still
what?
does to this day. Earnhardt is one of the most revered drivers in all of NASCAR. Even outside of the sport, people revere this guy. Because that's just because of how good he was and how much it's how much of an icon that Earnhardt is. He's just such a big name.
You remember when you said the Dale Earnhardt won the Daytona 500 in 98, right?
Yep.
That happened on February 15th, 1998. You fast forward 6 years on that same day, you can say what happened.
Yep. Then Dale Earnhardt Jr., his son, ends up winning in 2004.
On the same day, just 6 years apart. But here's the thing. Dale Sr., it took him 20 attempts. Dale Jr., just 5.
Crazy. It's just so insane thinking about that.
But regarding Dale Earnhardt, there was this debate on who is the GOAT between Earnhardt, Richard Petty, and Jimmy Johnson. We had this discussion before we hit the recording session. I'm going to ask you, out of those 3 7-time champions in the Cup Series, who is the GOAT?
To me, and I mean, yes, for most people, it's probably going to come off as bias. I understand. But to me, Jimmy Johnson is my definitive GOAT.
Are you being biased when you say that?
No. And here's the thing. I'm being as objective as possible. It might come off as a little bit of bias. Trust me, I have a little bit of bias to it. But at the same time, I'm looking at this objectively. And the reason why I say, in my humble opinion, that Jimmy Johnson is the greatest NASCAR driver of all time to ever live, and I want to back it up. 1, I say it because of the way he drove. Whereas Earnhardt was very aggressive, and whereas Richard Petty basically won a lot of his races by like 7-8 seconds, Jimmy, when he won, he never had to move you out of the way. He never had to do anything to you. He just beat you straight up on speed and pace. He never had to lay a finger on you, or had to lay a fender or a bumper. All he did was beat you straight up on pace. When he won his races, that's the way he did it. He didn't have to wreck anybody to do it. That's number 1. Number 2, he won 5, count them, 5 championships in a row. He rattles one off in 2006. Hey, he's a one-time champion. He rattles off another one in 2007. Then the talks are starting to be like, wait a minute, could he maybe tie Cale Yarborough's record for 3 in a row? Yes, and then guess what? In 2008, he does exactly that. And then the talks are like, wait, whoa, okay, he's got 3 in a row now. He tied Cale Yarborough. Could he maybe even get 4? No one's ever got 4 in a row yet. Guess what? He gets 4 in a row in 2009. And then 2010 comes around, and they're like, okay, this is getting crazy. He's got 4 championships in a row. Surely he's not going to win a 5th one, right? No one's ever done that before. And then he does it and wins 5 in a row. He wins a 5th in 2010. 5 straight. And guess what? No other driver in history has ever done that. And it's not going to happen again. He's the only Cup Series driver in NASCAR history to ever do that, and no one else is doing that again. It just isn't happening. The field is too competitive. Everything is so random nowadays. You can't do that anymore. That's not going to happen again. No one's going to reimagine that greatness ever again.
You forgot to mention something. Jimmy won the championship in every single chase format too. You forgot to mention that.
Yep. I wasn't probably going to mention that in a little bit, but yeah, that's true too. And not to mention, no matter how many times they changed the car, the format, or anything, didn't matter what it was, Jimmy and Chad, they rose to the occasion every single time. Every time. Even in their seasons like 2016, where they were at their lowest, they still found a way to win. 2013, he dominates the year, wins the title. 2016 wasn't a dominant year by any stretch of the word, but comes out and finds a way to win. That's what makes great drivers. That's what tell you what. That's what also another thing. That's what separates great drivers from good drivers. Great drivers always find a way to win. If you're talking about GOAT status, you're talking about the guys that, against all the odds, against having everything stacked against them, no matter what it was, they always found a way to win. And Jimmy Johnson is that guy who, no matter the circumstances, no matter the car, no matter the format, no matter the opponents he was up against, he found a way to win, regardless of the situation. You ain't seeing much other guys do that, are you? No, you ain't.
Well, you're saying that. People will tell you, what about Kyle Busch?
Man, get that out of here for a minute. Like, no. Kyle Busch on his best day is nowhere close to where Jimmy Johnson is in terms of stardom and especially in terms of GOAT status. Now, is Kyle Busch one of the best drivers in NASCAR history? Absolutely. But he is nowhere close to being a GOAT. I'm just going to point that out right now. He's a good driver, but he is nowhere close to that.
Do you remember California almost 5 years ago?
Uh-huh.
When he won his so-called 200 races. But those 200 wins not only counted in the Cup Series, but they also go for his wins in the Xfinity Series and the Truck Series, which at the time, in total, across all three of those series, when he won California in 2019, he had a combined 200 wins. I remember people saying at that time, Kyle Busch was the GOAT.
And still to this day, 5 years later, I still look at those same people that said that then, and might even still be saying that now, and I look at them like they're the biggest idiots on planet Earth. I look at those people, and I think they're just some of the biggest idiots to walk this freaking planet. Because the fact that you actually had people then especially that actually sat there and they really thought that just because he's won a lot of races in the Xfinity Series and the Truck Series, that they automatically assumed and they automatically thought, oh yeah, he's the GOAT. Oh, he's the best. Ain't nobody doing it like him. Bro, back up for a minute. Do you realize that half of those wins have come in the Truck and Xfinity Series where he's beating lesser competition than he is? And the sad part about it too is especially also talking about even cup leeches at that time period. It's not as bad as it was then, but it's like you got people that are like, oh, cup drivers should be in the lower series. They elevate the younger talent. What young talent? What young talent? What young talent are we looking at?
Do you remember the NASCAR Xfinity Series slogan at the time?
Yeah, names are made here. And the only names I could think of at the time that were made were like Eric Jones, Justin Allgaier, William Byron, and
Tyler Reddick.
And Reddick, I guess. That's a lot of names. That's a lot of names, baby. That's a lot of names.
Oh, Chase Elliott too. Even though when he won the championship in 2014, it was known as a nationwide series, but you get my point.
Yeah, but it's like those are only like the few names I can think of. Like, yeah, that's a lot of names. The Xfinity Series is so great. That's a lot of names. No. And not to mention, if the Cup driver, especially someone like Kyle Busch, was so passionate about running an Xfinity Series, maybe they'd run for some underfunded teams, right? But no. Did you notice that not even just then, not even just recent times in 2016 and all that other crap, do you notice that even in the 2000s, every leech always ran with the best car possible?
I remember and won in the best car possible.
Literally, they always ran. They always ran and won with the best cars possible.
The Cup Series drivers, they would win the championship in the lower series too. You forgot to mention that.
And then you wouldn't even know who these other guys are. Like, dude, I couldn't even name you one rookie or one young driver from the 2005 Busch Series season.
Okay, you know what? We're going that far. Who won Rookie of the Year in 2008 in the Nationwide Series?
I don't even remember.
You remember Landon Castle?
I do.
He won Rookie of the Year in 2008 in the Nationwide Series. Even though...
And I forgot about that. Even though Clint Boyer was the one, I think, who won the championship that year in the Nationwide Series, I think.
Yes. While running Cup full time. It was his junior year in Cup at the time when he won the Nationwide Series championship in 2008. Clint Boyer.
But that's been my point. Like, and the fact that I forgot that Landon Castle won Rookie of the Year that year also proves my point. You completely forget about these guys because you're literally focused on the Cup guys. Because the Cup guys keep winning and keep stealing the spotlight week in and week out. And not to mention, for these young guys to get better, they need to start winning races and finishing races better so they can improve their stuff. You need to win in races and also finish well to improve your things. And you can't do that when you have cup guys constantly coming in and stealing the spotlight from you week in and week out.
You're grateful that NASCAR implemented a rule that the cup drivers are given a limited number of races to run in the lower series. In 2017, that rule was implemented since.
Thank God, because the fact that it took them that long to realize that was a good idea is blasphemy. The fact that it took that long to get the ball rolling for that crap is ridiculous. That should have been done years ago, because not to mention, especially in the early to mid 2010s, all the freaking cup drivers being in there running these races hurt the cup series as far as rookies were concerned. And nobody remembers who won Rookie of the Year in 2012. Nobody remembers who won Rookie of the Year in 2012. Nobody.
In the Nationwide Series or the Cup Series?
In the Cup Series.
I do. Do you?
And the Nationwide Series. I know it was, God, I think it was, what was it, Stephen Light or some shit?
Yes. Yes.
Completely forgot about that guy. Didn't even know he even existed. But dude, those two quote-unquote rookies were driving for small teams. Didn't even make half the races that year in 2012. So you wouldn't even know that it was even a rookie class that year, because half of the time they didn't even make the races.
Exactly.
Driving for small teams and stuff. Like, dude, what is this?
And when the
see my drift here?
And when the start in park was a thing too.
Oh yeah, that too. It was an infuriating time to be a NASCAR fan and watching the Nationwide Series, even the Truck Series, but especially the Nationwide Series, knowing that there's just a bunch of Cup guys stealing the spotlight, and you know a Cup guy is going to win. So it's like, why even bother watching?
And the championship, too. You know what?
Yeah, so it's like, why would I even bother watching?
2010. You know Brad Keselowski was running in Cup full-time that year, right?
Yep.
His first full-time season in the Cup Series, too, in 2010.
And then he won the Cup title outright. Well, not the Cup title, excuse me, the Nationwide title outright. I think he wrapped that up at Texas, I think it was, too.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Wrapped it up like several weeks early.
Because
he had
2 to 3 weeks
advantage.
early. 2 to 3 weeks early.
Yeah, of course. Of course, because he had that big of an advantage over the guys that just were younger than him and had no shot. They had no chance.
2009 champion was Kyle Busch.
Of course.
Clint Boyer. 2007, Carl Edwards. 2006, Kevin Harvick. So during the time span Jimmy Johnson won those 5 in a row, the Cup drivers, Kevin Harvick, Carl Edwards, Clint Boyer, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, from 2006 to 2010, won the championship in the Busch/Nationwide Series. It infuriated you, didn't it?
It did. It's like, don't get me wrong. As a young kid, I didn't know any better, so I'm just watching these races and having a good time. But as I continue to get older, it started to actually really infuriate me, because I'm like, this is the fact of the matter, that you have all these Cup guys in here that shouldn't even be in here in the first damn place. And not to mention, some of these Cup guys already had Nationwide and Truck Series experience already. They've made it to the top. So them just coming right back down and basically just punching below their weight, so to speak, and beating the shit out of these young kids, and also guys that couldn't cut it in the Cup Series, so they're running here in the Nationwide and Truck Series and just punching below their weight and beating the hell out of them every week that they run in those series is just wrong.
I'm looking at the points gap right now in the 2010 Nationwide Series. The gap between Brad Keselowski and second place Carl Edwards. You ready to hear it?
Lay it on me.
445 points difference.
My point exactly.
But if we're going for the Nationwide Series regular, we have Justin Allgaier. Almost 1,000 points behind.
Wow.
You're speechless, aren't you?
And he's a regular. And he just got beat out by 2 Cup guys. And not even Carl Edwards could chase him down enough to get it.
Again, you're grateful that NASCAR got the ball rolling since 2017 for the Cup drivers to run limited number of races in the lower series.
Like, we did not start seeing Xfinity / at that time Nationwide Series regulars winning the Nationwide title until Ricky Stenhouse Jr. won back-to-back in 2011 and 2012. It wasn't until then we started seeing regulars start winning the title.
Even then, those titles during the 2011 up until I'd say 2013. So when Stenhouse and Austin Dillon won the championship those 2 years, they're in the Cup Series today. What have they done?
Nothing.
And again, the slogan,
Like absolutely
names
nothing.
are made.
Like literally after Matt Kenseth left in 2013, well, after 2012, they had the 20 car in 2013, and Stenhouse shoved in that 17 car and wasn't good. Didn't even win a damn race for 5 years.
It would take until 2017 at Talladega in the spring for him to finally get that first win in the Cup Series. Then won again
And then
a
Austin
couple
Dillon,
months later
and
in
then Dillon wins
July
the truck
race.
championship, which is cool. But then he wins the nationwide championship without winning any races. Mind you, a lot of that has to do with the fact that the Cup guys took all the wins.
That's why Austin Dillon had 0 wins on the resume.
Yeah, saying that. So I can't even really fault him because of the fact that he couldn't really win because Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, Kenseth, and a bunch of others, Harvick, etc., were taking all the damn wins, especially Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch especially. 2010, Kyle Busch won the most races in the Nationwide Series with 13, but yet still finishes third in the championship. Wait, 2016 when Kyle Busch when Kyle Busch won 10 races in the Xfinity Series level, weren't you pissed?
I was hella pissed. It's just like, dude, him winning that many damn races in a season like that, especially in the Xfinity Series, is just absurd. But that goes to show you again the lack of both competition and just how overpowered the Cup drivers are when it comes to beating the shit out of these young up-and-coming drivers, and also underclassmen when it comes to the guys that used to be in the Cup Series, but they weren't all that good. So now they're down here competing for championships in the lower series, and it just feels like a slap in the face when you have guys like Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, Kenseth, Keselowski, and others coming down from the Cup Series. Basically, it's going to just punch below their weight and just basically just kick these guys down to the curb and win that many races like that. It's
That's
just
basically
so
what they
infuriating.
did. That's basically what they did. You say overpowered, you mean
It's
well over the top overpowered, you mean.
and it's also because they're driving the best cars for the best teams. That's another point. They're already so good enough as it is because they're already Cup drivers, but then they're doing it for the best teams. Joe Gibbs Racing, Penske Racing, even RCR was really good. Their RCR program was so good during that time period. They're doing it for some of the best teams at Junior Motorsports. They're all doing it for some of the best teams in the damn freaking Xfinity Series.
What about the Truck Series?
Same thing. KBM being the best truck team in the damn sport. Thor Sports, same thing there. Good lord, let me see. Oh yeah, I think even Kevin Harvick Incorporated, when Kevin Harvick still had his truck team at the time. Like, seriously, man.
There was a reason why Kevin Harvick Incorporated shut down when it did. When Kevin
It's
Harvick was
just so
still with
crazy.
RCO at the time, while simultaneously running his own team, he was solely focused on winning the Cup Series championship. So as a result, he shut down his race team or his own team at the end of 2011, 2012, around that one of those 2 years, he shut the team down. Fast forward a few years later in 2014, fills his dream and wins the championship. Ryan Newman was
Pretty
up
much.
there too, but Ryan Newman had 0 wins, but was up there to contend for the championship. But he would finish second in the championship, finishing second to Kevin Harvick in the race itself.
This is getting spicy.
Oh, it already has.
Shall return in a few.
All righty, I'll be here.
Okay.
Welcome back. What'd you get to eat?
Had some pasta. Ugh. And a Pepsi.
The original kind?
Yes.
Is it me or do I feel like Pepsi and Coca-Cola taste the same? Or is it just me?
To be real, I feel like for the most part, they kind of do. Even just a little bit.
Now, which would you prefer? Pepsi or Coca-Cola?
I'm a Coke person. Pepsi's still good, but Coke all the way.
You know Jeff Gordon.
I am a Coke fan all the way. Suck it, NRF.
You do know, though, Pepsi was Jeff Gordon's one of his primary sponsors, right?
Yep.
Yet you still prefer Coke over Pepsi.
I've always been that way.
Well, Jeff Gordon had won the Coca-Cola 600. In fact, that was where he got his first career Cup Series win. In fact, in 1994, the 1994
Yep.
Coca-Cola 600 was Jeff Gordon's first of 92 more wins in Cup level. Hard to believe it's
Hmm.
been 30 years now. 30 since then.
Right. It's so crazy because no one knew, even in the 90s, no one knew how big of a legend Jeff Gordon was going to become
Well, they
at
did.
all.
They did, but
Until he took by
he
storm.
was starting out at that time. 94 was a sophomore year in the Cup level. And then 95 wins the championship. Guess who finished second in the
Mm-hmm.
championship in 95?
Earnhardt, I think.
Yes. 34 points was the gap between those two. You
I
either,
knew it.
at the time, you either were a Jeff Gordon fan or a Dale Earnhardt fan. There was no in between.
That's pretty much how it went.
Now, whose side would you be on?
Obviously, Gordon. I mean, come on, Gordon all the way, baby. There ain't no way.
With me, it's difficult. It's difficult to judge. It's difficult. Do I go with the Jeff Gordon side
I'm gonna
or
be
do I go
real.
with the Dale Earnhardt side? Again, it's difficult. Which again
I
brings
mean,
back
it's easy pickings for me because Gordon was my guy when I first started. So it's easy. It was easy pickings for me.
Jeff Gordon
I
was
probably would have hated Dale Earnhardt growing up in the 90s, probably. I probably would have hated him.
especially when he turned Terry Labonte twice in Bristol in the night race. First time was 95.
And I
The second
definitely
time was 99.
and I definitely would have hated Rusty Wallace.
Oh? Oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about when Rusty Wallace spun Jeff Gordon at Richmond in 1998?
Yep.
Now I know where you're from. And they also had a little grudge match. I wouldn't say grudge match, but they had a little
Yeah,
bit
the
of a
personal vendetta
heated moment.
against him.
I think it was 2001. Same place, same racetrack. Jeff Gordon and Rusty Wallace went at it in Richmond 2001. I could be wrong when I say
I
that, but
mean,
I know for a fact Rusty
that's
turned
true.
Jeff Gordon at Richmond in the night race. Well, both races were at night in 1998. I know that for a fact.
I mean, like Rusty, for whatever reason, just had such a personal vendetta against Jeff for so long. And it's literally because of the fact that Jeff came onto the scene and started winning races and started just being just the guy that just took everything by storm. And Rusty just felt offended because he felt as if, oh, who's this punk kid coming in here taking my spotlight away? Like it's supposed to be the me. Well, excuse me. It's supposed to be like the Rusty and Dale show. Like, it's supposed to be all about me and Dale or whatever. Hey, like, why is he in here? Like, he literally took personal offense to that. Is what it really felt like.
In other words, you're saying when Jeff Gordon came in, Rusty was not hitting his marks.
Very envious. No, he became very envious real quick. And him spitting out Gordon like that, he said it was hard racing, but we know what he was doing. That was to send a message. That was literally him doing it on purpose to send a message to Jeff saying that, hey, you can pretty much act as if you're on top all you want, but you're not the guy. I'm that guy. Like you're still in my spotlight and I'm taking it back. He was just very, very envious. I mean, like in Rusty, it's like I love Rusty to death. I do. But going back and looking at like a lot of stuff that was said or a lot of information and stuff that was even said about him during his time period is just it makes me go back and I'm just like, this guy was not all that good of a guy. I mean, not to mention, he was definitely someone that you did not want to be teammates with because he viewed having teammates as a crutch to pretty much make the two team better. He only saw it as a way to benefit him and him only.
I think I think he himself mentioned that in the podcast on the Dale Jr. download when he was on that show.
Yeah. Jeremy Mayfield mentioned that.
Mayfield mentioned it.
Came right out of Mayfield's mouth. Like he literally said it himself that Rusty came and told him that, like, look, You're here to help me win the championship, nothing else or whatever. And that caused a lot of tension between himself and Rusty and Roger Penske and everybody there, Penske South and all that. Just a boatload of just awful circumstances. And even him and even Rusty and Ryan Newman never saw eye to eye either. They didn't like each other either. And I think it also had a lot to do with the fact that Rusty was reaching the end of his career, and Newman was coming in here going on a tear, winning a bunch of races and stuff. So, I mean, there's even that mess too.
When Newman came in, Rusty, like you said, was reaching the end of his career, even though Rusty said in the Dale Jr. download that you know how Rusty retired at the end of 2005.
Yeah, and he still regrets it to this day because he felt like he retired too early.
I was about to say that because Rusty said, give or take, he probably had would have gone up to 2008. So 6, 7, 3 more years. Because you remember in 2005, it was him and Mark Martin that planned retirement. But Mark Martin said, nope,
Yep.
I made a mistake. I'm not retiring.
Rusty kept going with it, and he stuck with it. But he regretted it later.
Exactly. And so Rusty and Mark were close, too.
Yeah.
That's another reason why, too, Rusty regretted it.
And that's the thing about retirement as well. You want to make sure when you're ready to retire that you've gotten the racing bug fully out of your system.
Wait a minute.
That you don't want to just immediately climb back in a car.
This comes back to what we talked about this numerous times before we recorded the session. We've talked about this for months, actually. You probably know where I'm going with this, don't you?
I might.
You still stick by what I'm about to say right now. When you said 2019. That should have been the year of Jimmy Johnson's swan song. 5 years later,
yes,
you'll stand by that.
Yes. I'm going to say that forever. He should have retired for 2019. That should have been it.
Yet, he kept going one more year.
It's like, look, all right, as a fan, yes, I appreciate the fact they still want to be out there. And even right now, with him driving part-time, I appreciate him wanting to still be out there. I do. But it's like at the same time, it's just like when you're ass and when you're garbage and when you're not the same as you used to be no more, yeah, at some point, you got to question if you still got it or if you can still even compete. You know what I mean? At the same, like he was just, it's like, dude, I'm just sitting as a fan watching him struggle so bad to even just keep up. I'm just like, this is not the Jimmy Johnson I know. This is not it.
You're saying this is not the Jimmy Johnson that You're saying that this was not the winning Jimmy Johnson.
No. And dude, I was trying not to say nothing. I tried for so long not to say anything. But Bristol 2019 was my breaking point. That was the race that just pushed me over the edge. And I was just like, dude, I'm done. Like, I was already mad enough after Pocono and a few other races before that. But Bristol just pushed me over the edge. And I was just, at that point, I was like, dude. And that's why I also made an Instagram post that night saying to him, like, dude, I made several. Just saying, he's got it. He's done. Like, he needs just to stop racing. Just, I love him to death. I appreciate everything he's done. He's my guy no matter what. I appreciate him still wanting to be out there. But at the same time right now, you're garbage. You're trash. You are not the same as you once were. You are so stuck far in your own head right now. You need to retire. I am perfectly fine with you hanging it up. You need to stop. Because I cannot sit here and watch you suffer anymore. I as a fan, I mean, I know it's not my decision. I know it's not. But I was just talking from a fan's perspective that I just could not sit there and bear to watch him. I just could not bear to watch him suffer through another year. And what did he do? He came right back in 2020 and wasted another season.
So you're saying he basically wasted his own seat when someone else should have been in that seat.
Wasted it. because like the same thing that Eric Almirola just got finished doing. Noah Gragson or someone else could have been in that ride this past season in 2023, but instead Almirola came right back and wasted another season just because of the sponsorship.
Jimmy Johnson, same thing. When he signed the contract, he was there. When he signed the contract in late 2018, it was up to 2020. That was when the contract expired. 2020. That's why he stayed on for 2020.
Pretty much. But obviously he should have been done after 2019.
Well, let me ask you this.
Because
who do you think should have been in that seat then in 2020?
You do what you're doing right now. You put Alex Bowman in it.
Who was at that time in the 88.
Yeah, you just move Alex Bowman.
They should have put Alex Bowman in there 1 year early.
Like, I'm just saying, man, you either put here's the thing, I'll give you even two options. You either put Alex Bowman in that car, or you put, let me see here. I'm not going to say Gragson because Gragson just wasn't ready yet by any means, no shape or form. Gragson wasn't ready yet. But yeah, I feel like you put Alex Bowman there, or let's see, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to go younger too, because I want to also maybe think of another young guy to put there. Trying to think like the top of my head. Oh man, it's such a difficult decision. But yeah, I still think you put Bowman there, or you know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'd even say you put Larson there.
What?
Yeah. Because Larson was still a free agent at that time, and he eventually signed with HMS. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. Him signing with the 5 is one of the best things he's ever done. But imagine the success that he could even have with the 48 number banner. Because he essentially has the old 48 team that Jimmy had before he retired.
That is
so
true. That
wouldn't
is
even
true.
wouldn't it even make just as much sense if he's the one to take over the 48 using the same team that Johnson was leaving?
That would,
to me, it makes perfect sense. It would make perfect sense. He's taking the same team that Jimmy is leaving, and rightfully deserves to even have that number. Because you look at what he's done with the 5 number and how amazing he's been with the 5. He do wonders with the 48, if I'm going to be honest. So even as a Jimmy Johnson fan, I'd even approve Larson taking over the 48. Don't get me wrong. I think Bowman's the best pick for it. I like Bowman being in the 48. I think he's doing a fine job. And even though some things haven't gone the way I know he wants them to, I think he's totally fine and a good fit for the number. But I think even Larson would even be an even bigger fit for the number because of how good he is.
And again,
he'd be a worthy successor. And he has Jimmy's former team.
I was about to say, because to your point, his crew was Jimmy's former crew.
So I just feel that it just makes so much sense. It just makes sense for him to take over the number because of the fact that he's taken over Jimmy's old ride, his old team, and he has all the same pit crew members and everything that Jimmy had before he retired and upped and left. So it would just make much more sense. It'd be weird. It'd be kind of awkward. But at the same time, I know the number would be in great hands. I mean, how crazy would it have been knowing that Larson won the title in 2021? How crazy would it have been if he basically would have just, like he did in 2021 with the 5, used the 48 instead and pulls the same season that he did with the 5 and does it with the 48, just how Jimmy did it in 2007. How insane would that have been? That's a massive what if. That's a crazy what if. Now that I think about it.
You basically just took the word
instead of taking the 5,
right
he takes the 48. Like, instead of Larson going to the 5, he instead goes to the 48 and dominates 2021 with the same number that Jimmy Johnson, a living legend, just passed the torch on to. And he gave it to Larson, and Larson pulls the same thing that Jimmy did in 2007, albeit obviously not exactly the same, but still wins 10 races, including the All-Star race, and wins the championship in his first year with HMS, driving the legendary 48, bringing it back to prominence, giving it an 8th title, essentially. Giving it essentially an 8th title.
That is true with the 48. Coincidentally enough, I've mentioned this in the podcast I did with Jessica. Where was Kyle Lawson's first win in 2021?
Vegas.
Where was Jimmy Johnson's first win in 2007?
Vegas. Sound familiar? It just makes sense. It just makes perfect sense. I mean, again, this is just my opinion, but to me, it just makes perfect sense.
And when Kyle Larson won 10 races in 2021, that hasn't been done since Jimmy Johnson in 2007.
No, and you can't, and I can't even. There were several occasions where Larson was close to winning 4 in a row in 2021. He was so close to it several times.
Pocono in particular, because I was there to see it.
Yep, same here.
That was your
Until
first,
that tire
well, your
blew and
first
then
Pocono,
boom in the
your
wind.
first time at Pocono, that is.
My first Pocono race, and I was treated to a banger.
Yes, we both were.
Bro, I could not believe my first Pocono race, and I was treated to such a banger of a race.
You know what's funny though? You rewind a couple of years back. I recall you saying that Pocono wasn't that good.
Yep. And of course, that was before I actually went to the racetrack, obviously. But it was also just because of the fact, too, that at that time, Pocono was treated as Pocono wasn't even all that good. It was just the packages that were run for Pocono were absolute garbage. They just were not good. Pocono at that time was just nothing but a bunch of single file freight train racing that just had one car going down the straightaway one at a time. Like, there was just nothing exciting going on about Pocono at all for the longest time until they started doing the doubleheader stuff.
In 2020.
Because if you look back at 2019, obviously you were there for one of the Pocono races in the spring.
Yes, the summer.
How boring was that race?
In June.
How boring were those races? Mainly the first race, especially the June race. How boring was that race?
Well, there was some moments where it was dull, but there was the other side of it that had entertaining racing, from what I can remember, from my point of view. But if we're going to speak on dull races, the one race from Pocono that I can think of is 2013 that Jimmy Johnson won.
Yeah. And it was a dull race. Obviously, of course, me being biased again. Of course, I was obviously happy as with Jimmy winning. But as far as the race itself is concerned, yeah, the race was boring. The race was dull. It was just Jimmy dominating the entire way. And then there was really no other types of passing. And when you finally even catch a guy, it's so hard to get around him because of just the way the track is and just because the way the package was at that time and everything for Pocono and just the fact that it's just so tough to pass at Pocono. It's like, Jesus, there was like almost nothing exciting going on for Pocono during that time period.
Cannot tell you how miserable I was at that time when 10 years ago, 11 years ago, because that day
I believe
was
it.
scorching hot. Scorching.
I believe it. And then, of course, obviously being a Johnson hater at the time, of course, I mean, obviously I'm having a good time watching it at home. Obviously in the comfiness of my own air conditioning and everything in that June day. But of course, you're at the racetrack, burning your ass off out there, and then of course you have to watch a guy you don't like at the time dominate the race and win. I can tell it's miserable.
Yes, especially considering at the time I did not like Jimmy Johnson.
So it's like you're having a miserable day, you're hot, you're tired, and then you got to watch a guy you don't like dominate a race and win. Yes. I get it. I do. I get it.
Wait a minute. What the races that you
me from the equation? I totally get it.
Were there races you went to that were dull?
Oh, yeah. Dover 2018 fully comes to mind in the spring, without a shadow of a doubt.
The one that got rained out.
The one that Kevin Harvick won, where they had some rain at one point, and then
before they won,
Harvick just dominated the entire race. Like, Harvick basically just dominated the race from start to finish. Yeah, he did have some competition with Boyer later on, but other than Boyer, no one else came close to Harvick the entire day.
Where were you sitting?
Harvick just dominated the race from start to finish. I was sitting in turn 4 that day.
Were there moments where you felt like you were about to doze off?
I wouldn't say that. The one that did make me almost want to fall asleep was the following race later that year, the one that Chase Elliott won. Midway through the race, it was not only was it a hot day that day, but at the same time, the race at one point just got so boring and just so dull. Nothing was going on. I actually was legitimately falling asleep as I was watching the race. Like it was just that bad. I wasn't having a good time at one point. Before the race got crazy, because the end of the race got crazy, but the middle portion of the race was just so boring. And obviously Jimmy being multiple laps down, I wasn't having a good time. So,
I mean, didn't Jimmy have problems even before the drop of the green?
Yep, his right front axle broke. before the pace laps even started. But just as he was pulling off, his front axle broke, so then they had to go into the garage and fix that. And then, of course, he comes back out like many laps down. He was just putting around at that point.
At that point,
his race is over before it even started.
You pretty much just took the words right out of my mouth. Because he's going back out numerous laps down. What's the point?
Yeah, like his race was over before it even started. It was the exact equivalent of what happened to Joey Logano a year later in 2019, where he has I forget what problem he had. It was, I guess, something like in the rear end. Yeah, like in the rear end housing of the car or whatever. It's like something that happened in the back of the car that they had to, just like Jimmy, go into the garage before the race even started.
Difference is,
and they worked tirelessly to get him back out. No. And it was just as they were going on and they were just going out for pace laps too. And then Logano has to go right back down pit road, just like Jimmy did a year earlier. And they fixed the car, got him back out there, and he was just multiple laps down the entire race. Didn't even have a chance. Didn't even have a shot. His race is over again. Just like Johnson's, his race is over before it even started.
Again, if you're going back out there numerous laps down, I really don't see the point.
No, there is no point. Obviously, the only reason they even did it was to obviously go first to get, just valuable. Because, of course, Logano was still in the chase at that time. He was still in the playoffs then. So, of course, they were going to try to get him back out there to go and get as much valuable points as possible. Of course, he ended up pissing off Denny Hamlin in the process while doing so.
At that point, at Dover 2018, Jimmy was out of the chase.
Yeah, so it made no sense to even bring him back out in the first place, if I'm going to be honest.
Exactly.
I would have much rather him stay in the garage than just come back out and just put around for 400 laps. That made no damn sense to me.
Exactly what I'm trying to say.
My question is, I want to know what ended up happening to have the right front axle break in the first damn place. Because I still don't know what happened to make that break in the first place.
Even over 5 years going on 6 years later.
And then, of course, that had to come after the absolute gut punch of a finish at the Roval the week before.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So, of course, then is the racing gods saying, oh, hey, you already had one gut punch hit you. Guess what? Now we're going to even deliver an even bigger gut punch. You got upset last week when he spun himself out trying to go for the race win. This week, you're at the racetrack, right? We're going to end his race before it even starts, before even the pace laps start.
Dude, I don't know which is more of a gut punch. Well, I'm pretty sure the Roval is more of a gut punch.
The Roval is easily the biggest gut punch, but just dogpiling, him having a right front axle break a week later when I'm at the track, wanting to see him do well at his best racetrack that he finished 9th at earlier in the season. And I thought he had a legitimate shot to maybe win or maybe finish top 5, maybe. That just made it worse.
Well, fast forward 2 years in 2020. Didn't he have a shot to win one of the Dover races in the doubleheader that Kevin Harvick won?
He did. He had a chance to win that second one. But obviously, we knew Harvick was winning. He had the better speed, better pace. Jimmy's car was never as good as Harvick. No one was. Harvick had the speed, had the pace, everything. He was just that good during that race. Even when Jimmy got somewhat of an advantage. He had somewhat of an advantage, but then Harvick just pulled right away. He wasn't winning. Once Harvick got around him, that was it.
And it was over. Because Harvick had the best
pretty much. Of course.
Again, let alone the whole season.
And then, of course, obviously, he's over here battling and trying to stay ahead of Byron. He was able to stay ahead of Byron, but still.
This brings me to another one. Do you remember Martinsville?
In which year?
2020.
Oh, God.
Can we address something in the room real quick?
As we should.
What if Kevin Harvick never spun Kyle Busch?
Not even just that. What if Kevin Harvick and the team unload off the truck way better than they did at Martinsville? And not to mention, what happens if Harvick doesn't hit the wall at Texas? Because also not to mention another thing, nothing for nothing. What happens if you could pass with the 550 package and Harvick is able to get around Joey Logano and wins Kansas? Because everybody saw it that day. Everybody knew it. Harvick that day had the better car than Joey Logano did. And all Logano had to do was just dump dirty air on Harvick's front end and just block. That's all he had to do. As long as he was able to disrupt Harvick's run and just stay within Harvick's line and just block, he was going to win. That's it. He was just going to win because the 550 package kept it to a point where you could not make a charge. You can make a charge, but you were not going to be able to get back to the car's back bumper and be able to pass them. It was not going to happen.
Because with the 550 package, it's impossible to do so.
The second you even get to someone's back bumper with the 550 package, you just hit a wall of air, just nothing but drag.
That's it.
Ugh, it gets me PTSD just thinking about it. Ugh.
The 550
train racing.
That's another thing too. The 550 package. Immediately, what race comes to your mind?
The unfortunate problem with the only unfortunate race that comes to my mind is obviously Kansas in 2020.
Which you just mentioned.
Because of course, that was the race. That was the race that was the 550 package's downfall. Another one that comes to mind is 2021 at Texas, where Byron had a chance to win and ended up finishing second because he couldn't get around Larson because the package slowed him down to the point where he couldn't get around him. And then another thing, 2020 Texas, same thing. Austin Dillon only wins because he has Tyler Reddick right there. And then again, 550 package, can't pass. He can't get around anybody because he hit a bubble of air. The second you get next to a car, the second you get behind someone. And then another one that also comes to mind is even the All-Star race in 2019. There was a bunch of moments where you had cars literally just hitting bubbles of air, drag, everything, this, that, and the third, and nobody's able to pass on anybody. You can't make passes on anybody.
Wait a minute.
Because of the fact that every time you get behind someone, your car is just fading from the car. That's like, this is what should never happen. You should never, and I mean ever, catch a guy and then they just start pulling away from you the second you catch them. That should not be happening.
Wait, what about 2018? We're going to the All-Star Challenge.
Oh my God. And don't get me wrong. I'm going to be real with you for a second. In 2018, with that All-Star package, when they first did, I'm guessing that was a 550 package, or I'm guessing that was just whatever package they were trying to do to make the intermediate tracks better. That was actually a good race. It was a banger of a race. They tried it. It actually ended up being good. Now, that was definitely because they actually, they put restrictor plates or whatever on those cars that day.
Yes, they did.
Now, that was not something I wanted to see daily. That was not something at all I wanted to see. I was like, all right, this worked for the All-Star race, but I don't want to see this anywhere else. It was something they tried. It worked for that race specifically, but I did not want to see restrictor plates anywhere else on any racetrack whatsoever.
Aside from Charlotte, when they tried it at that place.
Aside from that, I did not want to see restrictor plates at any other track. That was just a no-no. Like, yes, I mean, they tried it because, of course, at that time, the intermediate package sucked. It was terrible. 2018's intermediate package was trash. Outside of Chicagoland being an absolute banger of a race with a banger of a finish, despite the way Kyle Busch won it, that was race of the year material. Race was great, despite the crappy aero package.
So you're saying 2018, the Chicagoland race that year was the #1 race?
Race of the year, dude. Like, and that was NBC's first race. That was the only race they needed.
And the infamous quote by Dale Earnhardt Jr.
The crazy, infamous slide job quote.
Yes.
That lives rent-free in my head.
The infamous, iconic. It's now iconic now. You can't even.
Everything about that finish lives rent-free in my head, even still now.
Same. It's etched in my brain. You know what
I remember just being so angry after the fact with the way that race ended. I remember just being so angry. The fact that Busch did that.
Are you saying because Kyle Busch won?
Yes.
Well, we both didn't like Kyle Busch, so I can see why.
And what made the thing is too, I know Eric and a lot of other people really came down on someone like myself who saw Kyle Busch winning, and they were like, "Oh, if you got upset with that finish, NASCAR's not for you." That was not what I was upset about. I was not upset with the fact that finish was as good as it was. No, that is the kind of finishes that NASCAR needed at that time to make things better. That's not what I was upset about. What I was upset about was the fact that, yes, Larson pulled a slider on Busch, and it didn't work, and it put him in the wall. But it did not warrant Busch coming right back 2 seconds later and just dumping his to win the race. He spun the fuck out.
Even though
he literally was spinning.
You saved it, though.
Even though he saved it, he literally was about to spin the fuck out.
Well, he did an initial D drift, but still kept it clean and saved it. But to your point, I could see why
Like,
you didn't condone the way how Kyle Busch came right back at Kyle Larson.
like that was not warranted. That the punishment did not fit the crime was what I was upset about. The fact that he chose to get to his back bumper and hit him so square in the back like that it literally got him sideways. And if Larson wasn't a dirt tracker the way that he is, he wasn't going to save that race car. He was getting wrecked.
Exactly.
He was spinning. He was going to spin across the grass.
Or just spin out.
He hit him
entirely.
so square to the point where it got him loose and about wrecked him. That's what I was so upset about. The fact that he got to his back bumper and hit him like that to the point where it legitimately, if Larson didn't save it, he was spinning around.
Well, he kind of did, but again, he did an initial D drift, but again, he saved it.
And then to add salt to the wound, then Kyle Busch gets out and does his typical, the whole little crybaby thing, like the crybaby gesture that he was doing and all that stuff, basically taking a shot at the fans and all that. And then to top it all off, then he says the whole quote of, you don't like that kind of race and don't even watch. I took that at the time as you're literally saying that if you don't like what I just did, don't watch. Now looking back at it, that's not obviously what he was saying. He was basically just trying to point out that if you don't like that kind of a finish, like the kind of finishes that we got right there with the toe-to-toe, neck-to-neck, and just the thriller of finish that we got, don't watch. That's what he was trying to point out. But at the time, and me being so upset, not just me, but everybody in the group chat that I was in at the time, we all took it and just perceived it as him trying to stick it to us and saying, oh, if you don't like what I just did, don't even watch. That's what I perceived at the time and a few other people. But obviously looking back on it, that's not what he was trying to say. He was just trying to say that if you don't like those kinds of good finishes that keep the sport on the map, then this isn't for you. Don't watch. That's what he was trying to say. It wasn't a personal attack or anything.
At the time, you thought it was.
Yeah, at the time, me being so angry and so upset, especially because of the way that he ended up winning, that's what I thought at the time. But that obviously wasn't the case.
At the time, we disliked Kyle Busch too. Now, well, I don't know about you, but for me personally, Kyle Busch has grown on me last year because
you and me both on me as well.
When he moved to RCR last year, he's changed. He's more humble, more mature.
He's become one of the voices of reason in the garage area, if you think about it.
And that too.
Does he still have some of his little Kyle Busch moments? Yes, especially because like the one where he called out Joey Logano after the clash this past season. That was one of his, little typical Kyle Busch moments. But other than that, he's mellowed out. He's not that same overly brash and arrogant guy that he was when he was driving with Gibbs and all that stuff. Denny Hamlin has taken his role over there at Gibbs, if we're going to be 110% honest.
I mean, wasn't Hamlin already that when he first joined the squad?
I mean, that is true, but mainly I only just say that now because of the simple fact that Busch was a much bigger,
Busch was a much
bigger POS than Hamlin never was at the time.
I just thought of something just now. Do you remember the part where we touched on the Gen 7 and the drivers like Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, and Denny Hamlin told NASCAR push back this car another year or two because it's not ready?
Yeah.
Denny Hamlin was one of them. You backtrack to 2013 when the Gen 6 came out. Bryce, can you say what I'm trying to say?
Oh my God. And it's like, obviously, everybody knows my opinion on Denny Hamlin. Everybody knows I don't like Hamlin. But I'm going to defend Denny Hamlin on this one because this was so stupid. I cannot say this without actually, literally getting angry because of how dumb this was. If you don't know, if you do know, you know. But if you don't know, this was after Phoenix in a spring race in 2013, after the second race of the 2013 season. And I think Hamlin was asked about the Gen 6 car and all the other stuff. And All Hamlin says at the end of all of this is that the car needed some improvement. That if we improve the car, things will get better. The car is not ready. It needs some improvement. This, that, and the third. And then guess what happens? He gets fined for that. A secret backdoor fine from who other than Brian Dumbass France and the NASCAR sanctioning body. He gets fined for saying the car just needs some improvement. Drink that in for a minute. You have a guy that gets on and on a post-race interview, is asked about it, says the car's not ready and just needs improvement. Didn't take a jab at NASCAR, didn't take a jab at the car and saying it sucked or anything. It wasn't like he came out like Kyle Busch did in 2008 and said the car flat out sucked. He just said it needed improvement. But yet, he gets a fine for saying it needs improvement, and Kyle Busch, who was obviously at the time not only much younger, but much more brash and arrogant, flat out says the car sucked, and I don't think he got fined for saying that.
No, he did not.
From what I can recall.
He did not. No.
My point exactly. He says the car flat out sucks and doesn't get a fine. Hamlin just says the car needs improvement, and he gets fined. Make it make sense. How does that make any sense?
The inconsistency these days. That's what that is.
It's like, dude, make it make sense. That literally is the dumbest thing ever. How does that make sense?
Not to mention, for the love of Christ, please stay consistent. Please.
That's all we ask. That's all the drivers ask, and it's all us fans ask. If you're going to do something, keep it consistent, please. I'm tired of the inconsistencies, and so is everyone else. Like, NASCAR especially has been so prone over the years to just flip-flopping on a whim on almost everything. It's like, how many freaking times have we seen NASCAR over the years flip-flop or almost play favorites in a way to like certain drivers, certain teams, etc., on how they handle certain situations? Like, again, the whole entire Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano situation is another example of playing favorites. With Brian France and them playing so much big favorites to Team Penske and Logano, of course, with Brian France.
There's another one.
It's quintessential NASCAR and stuff.
There's another one. Do you remember what 2013 when Jeff Gordon was added into the chase? When at the time,
my God,
made it in. Jeff Gordon, for whatever reason, was added in, the 13th driver in that boat, for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason was. I still, to this day, am trying to figure out what the hell the reason was.
It's simple, actually.
What?
If you want to know, it's simple, actually. It's actually pretty simple, actually, if you think about it.
I know it's a spin gate. I know it's a spin gate scandal.
And I can give you two reasons as to why it happened.
Actually, Jeff Gordon was... Think about this for a minute. What did Jeff Gordon do during the regular season in 2013?
Nothing.
He didn't win.
In my humble opinion, he didn't even deserve to be in the chase in any way, shape, or form.
Because 0 wins during the regular season. Yeah, he got top 10s here and there, but I don't remember seeing Jeff up front. Well, he was up front at the second Pocono race, but he lost out to Casey Kane. But my point being, he didn't win a race, let alone he wasn't up there. He just wasn't.
No, like he just legitimately, and it was for a while that he just legitimately was just never up there, really, to be honest. But I can give you two reasons, like I was about to say earlier. I can give you two reasons as to why that was the case. One, ratings. I mean, because everybody knows this. Jeff Gordon is a household name. He's going to draw ratings. So that's number one.
Well,
number two.
Hold on. Let me stop you right there for a minute. You remember 2005? Jeff Gordon did not make the chase. Yet, in 2013, they added him in. What?
But it was that, and also the fact that you had so many Jeff Gordon fans that took to Twitter and started bitching and complaining over the fact that Gordon didn't make it that year.
Well, he did, regardless.
It's only because they just threw him in there on a whim at the very last damn minute. Like, it made no sense to throw Jeff Gordon in there as a 13th place car for just those small little stakes of reasons, it made no sense. It made no damn sense. And I like Jeff Gordon, but it's like, that's another one of the big reasons why some people will never like the damn chase and some people will just never appreciate anything that's come out of the last 10 some odd years because of the fact that NASCAR was so willing. And the thing that makes me the most mad about that too is the fact that not only did they throw Jeff Gordon in at the very last minute, they kicked Truex out of the chase. They kicked Martin Truex Jr. out of the chase, but they leave Clint Boyer in, who actually was the one who spun on purpose to allow Truex to get in, and he still keeps his spot. Boyer still has his position. He still has his spot in the chase. But Truex gets kicked out when he doesn't do a goddamn thing to deserve to get kicked out at all, might I add you. At all. He wasn't involved in the decision.
Wait, so you mean to tell me, despite Clint Boyer spinning out deliberately, he still made the cut?
He still had his spot.
Truex, who had nothing to do with it, was kicked out.
Like, literally, it was, and everyone talks about how Boyer screwed over Newman and Gordon, but no one ever sits back and talks about how this, at the time, obviously I say at the time, because of course, we all know now, years later, that this was actually one of the best things that ever happened to Truex's career, now knowing what we know today. But at the time, this about nuked Truex's career for all we knew.
It basically kind of
it was only Truex. It was literally only Truex that got the ass end of all of this. Boyer didn't lose anything from this. Vickers didn't lose anything from this. Aarons didn't lose anything from this. 5-Hour Energy didn't lose anything from this. But Napa and Truex at the time lost everything because of this. And the worst part is that Truex had nothing to do with it. Nothing. He didn't do anything and was completely screwed.
You know, this comes back to this is what I was talking about. Where is the consistency at? Where?
And then you know what makes me even more angry about this, about Spingate as a whole. Not only at that time did NASCAR basically absolutely destroy, they literally forced Michael Waltrip Racing into shutting its doors down 2 years later because they gamed the system, right? But then in that same year that they shut down, 2 years later in 2015, Kevin Harvick, oh my God, Kevin Harvick at Talladega wrecks an entire field of cars to stay in the chase, and they do nothing about it. Nothing.
Again,
he gets away with it scot-free and makes the chase and almost wins the championship.
Again, where is the consistency at?
And then a week later, after he had that debacle, then Matt Kenseth wrecks Logano when he gets suspended for 2 races. But again, you don't suspend or fine Kevin Harvick for wrecking an entire field and manipulating a finish a week before at Talladega, even though he wrecked the entire field on purpose.
Yeah, when Matt Kenseth got Logano on purpose, he got held accountable, but not Kevin Harvick.
At all. And the crazy part is, he was called out for it by Hamlin and by Kenseth. They both called him out in interviews. Kenseth was literally like, the 4 knew he was blowing up, and he said he was going to stay in his lane until someone got to the outside of him, and he took out a bunch and wrecked the whole field to win the race. We got tore up 2 weeks in a row. And then Hamlin was like, yeah, 4 car was the last car on the lead lap and just caused a wreck. Heck, he even tweeted later saying, what a joke. We have a car with no engine, wrecked the field to win a race. I feel bad for anyone that paid money to circus. Direct quote from Denny Hamlin on Twitter after the race.
That exact quote you remember very vividly.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, I don't have Twitter, but that's what he said.
Had that not happened, I guarantee you, I may be a bit biased, Dale Earnhardt Jr. would have won that race, period.
He would have, especially because of the fact, too, that he was literally, especially before, obviously the caution light said differently, but obviously if you look at on the NBC broadcast, before the actual caution on the ticker comes out, he's just barely ahead of Logano the second the time the caution is thrown.
Which he was, but NASCAR saw it differently in that Logano was in front, which was difficult to judge.
Yep.
He kinda was. Logano was. And with the rules that we have in place since God knows how long, when the caution comes out, the second the caution comes out, the field is frozen. Whatever place you're in, when the caution comes out, that's it. That's it.
That's where you're being scored. And don't get me wrong, I do feel that they did the right choice throwing the caution because, you had cars on fire and everything and all that. So, yeah, you got to throw a caution for that. I mean, it's like the field was an absolute mess. So, I mean, yeah, you got to throw a caution for that. But at the same time, it's just, I don't know. It's just ridiculous, to be honest.
Want to know something? Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the Talladega Fall Race in 2015, he led the most laps.
Yeah. And even Junior said he couldn't even believe that Logano even gave him the bottom. He was like, this is a gift. I'm going to win the race for sure.
But then the caution came out.
But like I just said, if you want to blame anybody for that incident, you blame Kevin Harvick because he legitimately just wrecked an entire field of cars on purpose just to stay within the chase. That's on Harvick. And of course, he denied it. Rodney Childers denied it. But no, we all knew what he was doing. He wrecked the field on purpose. He was trying to stay in. He knew he was going to be out if he didn't do anything. So he gamed the system. He took out an entire field. And to be honest with you, I feel that someone spinning out on purpose to manipulate a race is not nearly as bad as taking out an entire field of cars to manipulate a finish of a race with 2 laps to go. That's worse.
No, which is more worse though?
That's way worse. Taking out an entire field of cars, gaming the system like that, so you can stay in the chase and everything. That's way worse. That's way worse than someone spinning out on purpose. And hell, even NASCAR themselves said in both incidences, they had no proof that either incident was intentional.
What?
They had no proof that Clint Boyer's spin was on purpose. And then they said the same thing with Harvick. Oh, something will come out of the woodworks the next 48 hours. No. And then hey, little did we know, nothing came out of the woodworks. There was no penalties, no fines, no suspensions, no nothing. But NASCAR decided to destroy Michael Waltrip Racing because they gamed the system.
And kind of bucked the system. Again, where is the consistency? You see it? Because I don't.
It's just so inconsistent.
Again, I don't see the consistency. I don't.
There's just so much inconsistency. It's unreal. It's just so unreal to me.
Have you heard of the saying, don't hate the player, hate the game?
Yes.
Which do you hate?
In this situation?
Yes.
In this situation, as far as 2015 Talladega, no, I'm hating the player because Harvick had no reason to do that. He should have just took the L, noticed he wasn't going to make it, and just whatever. Hell, he should have brought that damn thing down on the pit road, which would have been the more sensible thing to do. You have a failing engine and you can only go about 80 miles an hour. Instead of trying to manipulate the finish and taking out an entire field of cars and getting everybody else involved in your shit, you should have, just because he's a veteran at this point. You should know better. Taking out an entire field of cars like that is one of the most shady things you can do, especially on a plate track. And he knew better, but he chose to do it anyway. Should have just taken the L. Just hold the L. Just take the L and just live to fight another day. That's what should have happened. But no, he ends up costing Junior the finish. He ends up costing Junior the race win because he wanted just to take out an entire field of cars on purpose. It was stupid. It was shady. It was ridiculous. And yet, no one talks about it. Almost no one talks about that. Literally, I literally have not at all, outside of Eric talking about it in 2020 and bringing it up, literally no one else that I've ever seen has ever talked about that. Spingate's the one that everybody talks about. People still talk about Spingate nowadays. But this incident here in 2015 with Harvick, next to nobody talks about that.
Can I just say this now? 2015 was the year that NASCAR really shown its inconsistencies, so to say.
There's a reason why a lot of people.
Is it just me that says that?
There's a main reason. Okay.
Is it just me?
No, there's a main reason. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
But there's a main reason as to why so many people have coined 2015 in their eyes as the worst NASCAR season to come out of the last 10 years. It's because of a lot of the crap that was going on. It's because of all that mess right there with the tomfoolery of the sanctioning body. So many of the sport's most least popular drivers were winning every week. A lot of the races were boring and snooze fest, and a lot of the packages they were trying to use were making the racing worse and everything. 2015 is one of the most infamous seasons in NASCAR history. And
But
it sucks
for
too
the wrong
because
reasons.
there are some good moments in 2015. There are some really good moments in 2015. So to tell you the truth, 2015 for me is my third least favorite season because, of course, there's two other seasons that come to mind, which are 2018 and 2019, that are two of the more worst seasons, at least from my standpoint of view, when it comes to NASCAR in the last 10 years. But 2015 is a year that comes up a lot in conversations of what's the worst NASCAR year ever. I've seen it a lot recently. And it's because of those reasons I just mentioned just a minute ago.
You say snooze fest. 2015 Daytona 500, you said was a snooze fest.
It was such a boring race, dude. It was just such a boring race until about 30, 40 to go. And then it ends as a piece of shit because then they want to throw the caution before they even get all the way down, before they can even get halfway through turn 4.
I swear, 2015 was it was an interesting one, to say the least. I'll say that.
It definitely is, for sure. 2015 is, and even just in general, 2015 as a whole is one of those years that I look back on, and I just look at a lot of things that happened in 2015, and I'm just like, how did a lot of things thrive in this year? How did a lot of things keep going after 2015? Because some things in 2015, man, were just,
Wait a
I
minute.
don't even know, dude. Just
There's another one. Indianapolis in the second Michigan race in Kentucky. You remember the racing
now
product?
Kentucky was pretty good. Kentucky in 2015 was really good. Kentucky in 2015 was an absolute banger. It was a step up from the 2014 race, that's for sure.
What happened in the 2014 race again, aside from Keselowski winning?
Just boring. There's just nothing going on.
I know for a fact Brad Keselowski just dominated that race. A time when Brad Keselowski was very hated too.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, Logano's descent into madness would have to wait a whole year. But at that time, oh my God, yeah, Keselowski just became, in 1 year, because even you and Jessica touched on it in the other recent podcast as well. But yeah, Keselowski in 2014 became public enemy number 1 in less than half a year. From him and Kurt Busch getting into it, between brake checking Matt Kenseth at Richmond and then also pointing a finger at his car and all that mess. Then between himself getting into it later on with Tony Stewart, Denny Hamlin, including Matt Kenseth at Charlotte later on, which, of course, I saw a video in the works about that.
Of course, the infamous Texas race.
Right.
The you know I'm getting with this, don't you?
Yep. With him just jumping into at the last second, he just chose to just jump right into the path in the middle where Jeff Gordon was and ended up cutting Gordon's tire down. And then obviously the most famous brawl on pit road ended up taking place that night.
I tell you, it's that is up there with the 1979 Daytona 500 fight that happened. That night in 2014 in Texas, it's up there. It's up there.
It's crazy too, because I look back at Brad Keselowski's 2014 season, and do you really, in my humble opinion, do you really want to know why? At least to me, this is just how I feel. And I think Keselowski knows this too. Do you want to know why I think he raced the way he did in 2014? Well, obviously scaled it back in 2015 and 16 and forward.
Is it because he's trying to win the championship, the second one?
To me, it had nothing to do with that. To me, it's because he was bitter. It's because he was salty with having a bad season in 2013 after coming off a championship season in 2012. He expected so much better from himself. He expected to repeat in 2013. And obviously, we all know how his 2013 season went. It was a bad season. It was a bad year. He only won one race. He missed the chase and only won one race, which was Charlotte, that in October that year. Didn't make the chase, just won one race.
Then the following year,
and he even said it himself after Texas. He said it himself in a post race press conference. He said, I think last year I got away from being as aggressive as I was in 2012 and this year, and I didn't make the chase. I just won one race. That's not acceptable to me. So when he said that, I instantly pieced it together and I was like, dude, you're literally saying that because you're bitter and you're upset because you had a bad season last year. You're salty about having a bad year. So you up the ante and up the aggression level to the point where now you're just racing carelessly. And anything and everything you feel is an attack on you and out to get you or some shit. Like, it was just the fact that he was bitter about having a bad season, a championship hangover season at that, a year prior in 2013, only winning one race that year earlier and missing the chase. And the crazy part is, his 2013 did not start out like that. His 2013 actually started off pretty strong. I know he got caught up into some wrecks in the Daytona 500, but I can recall, I think he finished top 5. I think it was at Phoenix. And then he started having some like really good top 5, top 10 runs. But as the season progressed, the two team just got bad. They were just bad. And then not to mention, they also had that whole, I think you and Jess touched on it. She wasn't too familiar with it. But yeah, you were right when you were talking about at Texas, him and Logano got bopped for, I guess, for whatever NASCAR thought was them tampering with like their cars or whatever. And they got like points penalties and stuff like that. And Keselowski went off to the media after Texas. He went off after that. He was so upset over the fact that he felt they were just being targeted for no reason. He said it himself, like, there is no team in this garage with the integrity of the two team. And the way we've been treated in the last 7 days has been absolute shameful. And that he had never seen a team as targeted as much in his life as theirs was. He was royally upset with the fact that they were just cracking down on them for what he felt like was no reason at all.
So it was at that time then.
Yep.
2013, right?
And they did it not just to him, they also did it to the 22. Yes, they did it to both Penske cars, to both of them.
I'm looking at Keselowski's stats right now from 2013. 4th place in Daytona in the Daytona 500. So yes, he did get a top 5 finish. Followed that up with the 4th in Phoenix. 3rd place in Vegas. 3rd in Bristol. 23rd in California. 6th in Martinsville. 7th round in the 7th round to kick off 2013 was in Texas. Finished 9th. Kansas, 6th place. Then Richmond, he finished in 33rd. Talladega with the 15th place finish, and this is where the results start to hinder Keselowski's consistency as he started to become inconsistent. 33rd, 15th, 32nd, and 36th. 16th, 12th, 21st, 33rd, 21st, 21st, 12th, 30th, 35th, 17th. Again, going off the regular season.
Yeah, like just not championship worthy seasons at all. It's just not a good season. And of course, obviously, he missed the chase.
Sure, he got a couple of top 5s and top 10s, but if you're not consistent enough,
that wasn't enough.
You're not going to make it in. In the case of Brad Keselowski, he did not make it in. He wasn't consistent.
No. At all. Like, he just was not. He just wasn't whatsoever.
At the end of the 2013 season, Keselowski finished 14th in the points with an average finish of a 14.9. On paper,
just crazy.
1 win, 9 top 5s, and 16 top 10s. Again, on paper, you think that's a solid season, though, right?
You would think, yeah. On paper, you would think so. But the way that it turned out, it was nowhere close to it. Nowhere close.
The consistency was not there. It just wasn't.
No, it wasn't at all. And it showed. It showed a lot. What a time for you. Just what a time to be a NASCAR fan, and also what a time to be alive. I'm going to be honest.
Well,
some crazy, crazy times.
During that time, Jimmy Johnson was winning all those damn races.
It's a much better time to be alive for me as a Johnson fan than it is right now.
Well,
if you would have told me a couple years later down the road that he would be on this massive, horrible slump and he would never win again for 2017, I'd have told you were crazy.
Well, look what's happened. Look what happened.
And the only thing is, of course, it was just only prolonging the inevitable. Because, I mean, to me, I'm not sure if anybody else noticed this, but 2015, even 2014, started the trend of guys like Kenseth, Johnson, Edwards, and others struggling to keep up with like Harvick, Keselowski, Logano, Busch. Those were the future. Those are the guys of the future, whether we liked it or not. And they started to ascend their way to the top. Even Hamlin, same thing. They slowly started to ascend their way to the top and started to win more. Whereas those guys I just mentioned earlier started to win less and less and less and less. And they started to win much more. And it got us to where we ended up getting to in 2018 and 2019, even 2017 to a degree.
You touch on Carl Edwards. Going back to the Homestead race in 2016. You know why Carl Edwards retired, right?
Yeah.
What's the reason?
Like, he mostly retired because of the fact that he was in it himself, but he just felt he was satisfied with just his career and the way things had panned out and everything. And I remember you and Jess talking about it, saying like, hey, was probably Suarez jumping into that 19 car probably maybe a small bit of a factor to it. And I actually, to a small degree, actually kind of agree with that a little bit. Because obviously Suarez was red hot at that time. And he was just coming off of obviously winning the Xfinity Series championship from 2016.
Ironically, in the 19 ride.
Yeah. And it makes sense. And I mean, not to mention, of course, also the fact that he was also bringing a lot of sponsorship too. I mean, I think like, I don't even know. I guess like one of his family members owns like Eris or something like that, or whatever the hell, or I don't know. It was something to do with Eris too, with him having connections to Eris or some shit like that. But my point being that probably might have been part of it. Point being that probably, yes, might have had something a little bit to do with it. But I almost kind of to God, in my opinion, also kind of feel like Edwards just decided, you know what? I'm never going to win anything in this damn series whatsoever and all that stuff. And I guess he just felt like, you know what? I'm just done. Like Edwards, just his career was a good one. But at the same time, he had a lot of moments where he just got like the really end of the stick on a lot of different things and all that. So I guess he kind of also felt like how Kenseth felt, where it's just like, I don't want to get destroyed by these people anymore. I'm just done.
But to your point, some would say on the other side that Carl Edwards retired because he had enough of NASCAR's inconsistency.
And to be honest, if that is actually truly the case, I wouldn't be able to say that I blame him because, again, like I just mentioned earlier, he was on the receiving end of a lot of those different bad calls or incidents or moments that just left you just wondering, like, why? Like, I remember one in particular in Richmond in 2012. I'm not sure if you remember it, but he was the leader coming to the restart zone.
He went too soon on the restart zone?
Yeah.
Coming down to the line?
The thing is, too, Tony Stewart also spun the tires as well on the start. Tony didn't go. Edwards went. Sure, he might have probably went a little bit, before then, but the NASCAR's rule at that time was you cannot beat the leader to the start-finish line, and the leader's the one who has control of the race. So it's like he went and Stewart did not. Stewart spun the tires. So the way that I see it, Edwards got completely because of the fact that, and then not to mention, he even asked on the radio. I really direct quote from him. He says, "I'm asking a question here. Do we get the black flag because we beat the 14, or are we getting the black flag because we went early?" And then Bob Osborne comes over and says, "They're saying both." And then obviously he's bewildered by this and says, "Both? How could it be both? Like, that don't make any sense. How can it be both?"
I'm scratching my head just like trying to figure it out. How could it be both? Usually it's one or the other.
Because Edwards was the leader. He was the leader at the restart zone. So that makes no damn sense because he was already the leader. Now, I can understand you saying that he went early. Yeah, I can understand that. But at the same time, it's like he was the leader at that point. So you can't even say it was both.
Exactly.
What is it? Like, that's what I'm getting at. Like, they just had it out for him for some reason. Like, they just, I guess, either A, just didn't want him to win, or just felt like, oh, he's an easy target. We'll just penalize him because we feel he both went early and then beat the 14. Like, but no, he was the leader. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
What? Like, what in the hell?
In 2012, Carl Edwards went winless. That's probably the only shot he had to. That was probably the only time he came very close to winning a race. But
Unfortunately, yeah.
NASCAR threw the rule book at him, and instead, Kyle
And
Busch won it.
yep. And I can totally understand some people probably feeling like they'd just be playing favorites sometimes. Easy with that kind of stuff.
But Carl Edwards did get his redemption at the track the following year in the second race in 2013. The same race that
Which is good, at least.
The same race that the Spingate scandal happened. Though there was another thing I want to touch on. Ross Chastain.
Oh, God.
Do you remember 2022 when people considered Ross Chastain the GOAT?
Oh, my God.
You know I'm getting
the fact that people actually consider that is ridiculous. And the thing that makes me the most mad when people start throwing that, this is the thing that makes me angry nowadays. People just be saying, oh, so-and-so was the GOAT, or this guy or that gal's the GOAT, without even having like any kind of recollection of what actually being the GOAT means. And when you're the GOAT of something, let me educate y'all real quick on something. Let me tell you this. When you are the GOAT at something, the quote-unquote GOAT, it means you are basically the absolute best. You are the best of the best, and can't nobody touch you. Can't nobody do the things that you can do. And it's almost impossible, the things that you're able to do, but you make it look so easy.
Such as Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Chastain,
like Jimmy, so many others, like they are able to do things that not many other people can do.
But Chastain, he's nowhere near the level as those drivers that I just mentioned. Nowhere near.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he's nowhere near any of that whatsoever. He's not. He's just not. Yes, is he a good driver? Absolutely. But he is nowhere close to being an elite driver. He's a solid driver, a good driver, when he's not being overly aggressive.
What if I told you that I've seen some people that consider Chastain an elite driver?
I don't understand why.
You know why? Do you remember Martinsville?
I do.
That's why. That's why.
Of course.
But can I just say this, though? Can I just say this? Thank the Lord Chastain did not win the 2022 championship. Thank the Lord.
Oh, God. Thank the Lord.
Because imagine if he did. After pulling a move like that at Martinsville, imagine if he did win the championship the following round in Phoenix.
Oh, my Lord.
Can you imagine how much more popularity Chastain would get and how much more fans will be quick to call him the GOAT when he's not?
No. It's like what I just lamented to a minute ago. People just be looking at, it's like one person will do one thing that some people might consider greatness, and they'll confuse that with putting them in the GOAT conversation. And I look at that and I'm just thinking to myself for a minute, some of you guys do not understand what truly being the GOAT means. And some people just throw it around as it's like supposed to be just this, like this, how do I even say this? They just throw it around as it's like this just anytime anyone does anything, oh, they're the best. They're the absolute best. Like, oh, they're so amazing. They're great. They're so great at every little thing. Like, and the truth about the GOAT debate, if I'm going to be 110% honest with you, and this goes for anything, to be honest with you, you can't even compare guys from different eras because you can truly only be the best of your own time period. Trying to compare people from different eras is actually pretty unfair because the style of play or the rules and everything, or the way the cars, especially like in racing, the way the cars drive and the way the cars race and the guys that are competing and racing against each other, all that's changed so much in the amount of years that said sport or motorsport has been around. It's not an easy thing to comprehend. It's not an easy street here to go down. So trying to fully compare guys from then and now is actually an unfair comparison if you really want to think about it for a minute, because it's just everything is just so different.
Richard
Whereas,
Petty even
like
said it when Kyle
today's
Busch won
competition,
California in 2019. Richard Petty said, I did, and I quote, I did my thing in my time. Kyle is doing his thing in his time. So to your point,
I mean, it's
generation after generation after generation, we get one driver that's good in this generation, then the other driver in the next generation, then the other in the next generation, and so forth. So to your point, it's difficult to judge as far as who is
it
actually
is
truly the greatest of all time. I
because
swear,
it's really hard to judge, you know.
which it is. Though there are some out there that it takes one moment, such as the Hail Melon maneuver, to put a certain driver or a certain team up there in the GOAT category. Again, Chastain, for example, that Hail Melon maneuver he did at Martinsville in the fall of 2022, they put him in GOAT status for that one reason alone. For that one moment alone.
And I just don't understand it. And I just don't get it.
Me either.
I don't get it. It's like what I just mentioned earlier. It's just the fact that a lot of people, a lot of fans, they just throw it around because it's a very popular word to use whenever something amazing, whenever a spectacle happens, whenever something really big happens, then that's when people start throwing it around. But it's like it doesn't make any sense to do that because it's just if you're going to be the GOAT, if you're going to be the number one best, you have to be able to do things that no one else has been able to do before. Or
Yes.
you have to be able to elevate things to a level where you're at the top, no one can knock you down from there, and the things that you've been able to do cannot be repeated again. Or it's going to take like a long time to be repeated again, you know? I'm not sure how else really to say it, but it's just yeah.
With the Clash coming up, there was another controversial moment that happened 5 years ago. You
Oh
know
my
I'm getting
god.
with this, don't you? Do you remember the finish?
I wish I didn't.
If you can, elaborate on the finish.
So Jimmy gets a run down the backstretch, ducks out underneath, gets to Menard's side. He gets some arrow loose. He spins and it wrecks the entire field of cars. Caution comes out for rain. Johnson wins the race. Rain shortened. And the entire fan base completely loses it on him after the race is over. And also after the wreck happens.
How bad was it?
So bad. It was so bad, to be honest, that it was so bad I actually felt embarrassed to be a Jimmy Johnson fan in that
Whoa.
moment. And I say that because I felt like I was going to get attacked for being a fan of his after that.
Well, did you say anything on social media at the time?
Yes, I did. I actually, on my older account, made a post talking about I was happy with Jimmy winning, but I wasn't happy with the way that it was done. I felt extremely as like I'm not sure what else I said in there, but that's part of what I said because I just felt so ashamed, really, with the fact that I couldn't even celebrate the win like I wanted to. I got hyped a little bit, but I was not as hyped as I felt like I should have been. I just couldn't celebrate it because of the fact that not only was it a side draft that went wrong, but it took out an entire field of cars, and I just felt like so I was like it was me in a situation taking out an entire field of cars, and I was just like, dude, why did it have to take out all those damn cars? Now everyone's gonna look at us as public enemy number one. Because obviously we weren't public enemy number one after all that. I mean, everything was fine afterwards, but still in that moment, it was just, it was just one of the more defeating moments of being a fan. And it sucks too, because that's the last race that Johnson actually won. Obviously it wasn't a points paying race, but still. And just knowing that that's the last race he actually spent in victory lane is just a big just gut punch, to be honest. As good as it was watching him win that, it still left a sour taste in my mouth, knowing that that's the way that it ended.
His first win in the Clash
I don't know.
since 2005.
Yeah, so crazy.
You want to know what else is crazy?
What?
You remember 2006 when Denny Hamlin won the shootout in just his first attempt?
As a rookie?
You know how he got there, right?
Oh, I think didn't he like pass like multiple cars all at once or something like that?
I'm saying, do you know how he got in the shootout in the first place?
No.
He won the pole in Phoenix in 2005,
Go figure.
late 2005. That's how he got in. FedEx has pretty much been with Denny Hamlin since the beginning. Since Kansas 2005, that's when it all started. And yet he's still going. Oh, another controversial moment. Do you remember the 2011 edition of the Budweiser Shootout?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember the finish?
Yes, I do.
You know Denny Hamlin was in front at the line,
Yep.
but he didn't win. That went through
Yep.
the
Because he
push.
passed below the line.
This is what you were talking about in the 2003 Daytona 500 documentary that we did, that the yellow line rule is a controversial rule in place. And the 2011 Budweiser shootout that Kurt Busch won, if the yellow line rule wasn't a thing, Denny Hamlin would have been the race winner. But again, because he passed below the yellow line or went below the yellow line, it didn't count. Hamlin did not
Nope.
win. Which 2008 Talladega, the fall race that is, you know that Regan Smith and Tony Stewart were side by side at the line. I remember you
Yep.
saying that Tony Stewart has 0 wins to his 2008 resume.
And I still stand by that. Regan Smith to this day still won that race. Still. Regan Smith won that race, and I don't care what anybody says. The fact that he legitimately just got completely forced below the line, Dort would have let him come back up, and NASCAR says, "Oh, you passed below the damn line." Like, no, that's not. Did you not notice he's literally being forced below it? And you're literally in their rule. It says if a driver is being forced below it, then that driver is put to the back. So then the guy who gets forced is able to come back up or is able to keep their position. But no, of course, NASCAR is like, oh, no, rules are rules. Like, what?
There was another one. Again, at Talladega, 2016, the Xfinity Series race.
Oh, my God. I remember watching this live.
So what happened was Joey Logano blocked, pole position, gets loose, crashes out. Huge wreck happens, right? Coming down to the line, Brendan Poole was first at the line, right?
Yep.
But here's the thing. Brendan Poole did not win the race. Elliott Sadler did. But here's the thing. Elliott Sadler was below the yellow line. I can't imagine what
Yeah,
your
but
reaction was at the time of that race.
I was livid after this race. After that race specifically, I was so unhappy with the fact that finish ended the way that it did. Like, what makes me the most mad about that finish in general, it's not just because of the fact that Brendan Poole didn't win, even though he should have won, but it's the fact of two different things. It's two separate things here. One, Elliott Sadler being below the line. That's one thing. But then the second thing, what I don't understand, is the fact that there was legitimately no reason for the caution to be thrown. They were literally less than 500 or some feet away from the start finish line. Like, you're literally sitting here telling me they couldn't have raced back. It would have been different if they would have wrecked, not coming to the line. It would have been different if they would have wrecked way, way backwards, like around turn 3 and 4, or like way on the front stretch before they even got to the line, or like we're even close to it. Then that I would understand. But they were literally less than 500 feet away from the start finish line. You're telling me you couldn't let them race back?
In NASCAR's eyes, they said, nope, caution, put it out.
threw the yellow for the stupidest reason. I mean, yes, I understand they're wrecking and Logano's in the air, but it's like, dude, not only did Sadler pass him below the yellow, but at the same time, then like literally just that in general, like there was no reason to throw the yellow. You're telling me you couldn't have let them race back? Like you were legitimately telling me you couldn't have let them race back.
The same thing applied for the 2022 All-Star race when Stenhouse tapped the damn wall, bro.
He didn't even tap it. He just grazed the wall. You're telling me he barely grazes the wall and you just can't let them finish the race and race back. This is why I cannot stand sometimes the officiating or just sometimes just whenever they throw I can't stand just this crap here. Like sometimes they'll just be throwing the yellow for the stupidest reasons. And that's not the first time we've seen it. We see him do it time and time again.
I've heard of this thing, the so-called phantom caution.
That's a thing. Yep, that is true.
Okay, so it is a thing.
Literally all that it is, just a ghost caution, basically.
So they throw the caution when nothing happened. Ain't that the competition caution?
Like, if you want to, you know what? I'll give you an even better example. Do you remember 2015 at Auto Club, right?
Yes.
Do you remember the last couple cautions they threw? That they were quote unquote debris cautions when they didn't find any debris out on the racetrack.
Yes.
At all.
I do now.
And Kurt Busch was leading, remember?
Yes.
There's actually a conspiracy, and to be honest with you, I actually believe this, to be honest, that NASCAR was only throwing those cautions to prevent Kurt Busch from winning.
But they threw the caution out when there was nothing
but to elaborate
on
more,
yet. When Greg Biffle spun right in front of the start-finish straight, no caution for that.
And the reason they even did it in the first place is legitimately because of the fact that you remember that Kurt Busch got suspended for the alleged domestic dispute between himself and his former girlfriend, Patricia Driscoll, right?
Yes.
I just feel like NASCAR decided that the last thing they wanted, because you know how the public eye and how media is. We all know how social media is, how crazy people get. The last thing NASCAR wanted was for a driver they suspended for 4 races, coming right back 2 races in and winning a race again after he just got back from having alleged domestic abuse, domestic violence charges dropped on him. It would have been a bad look for the sport at that time. Seeing one of their top guys that just had a domestic dispute allegation and all that stuff dropped on him come right back and win. It just wouldn't have been a good look for them.
So you're saying they threw the caution out deliberately?
Basically.
Yet, Keselowski won.
Mm-hmm.
Where did Kurt Busch finish again? Second?
I think he finished second, or I know he finished in the top 5, that's for sure.
Third. Kurt Busch finished in third.
I knew it. I knew it was top 5.
You want to know who finished fourth? Paul Menard finished.
That I forget. I think it might have been. Well, that's actually tell you what, it's not even that much of a shocker because there was definitely times where Menard actually was running pretty good and actually finishing pretty well. So that's not too much of a shocker.
Even though he won just that one race at Indianapolis in 2011, he was consistent here and there, but he still did not make the chase during his time in Cup. But still, he was finishing well here and there. To your point.
But that's really about it. Yeah, I don't know.
California Speedway, well, Auto Club Speedway as it's called, that's turning into a short track.
Yep.
If you ask me, they should have just kept it the way it was.
That's literally my point. I've been saying it for a while. It took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly what the I've been saying.
So you basically agree with what I'm saying.
Literally.
You know why they're doing that, right?
Yep, to try to get more short tracks. Even though they fail to realize there's some other short tracks that are out there they can literally just go to, like Milwaukee Mile and other areas.
Yet, they have the audacity to reshape California Speedway into a short track instead of just leaving it the way it was.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's so sad. You know what else is sad? The racing product at Texas these days. according to many people.
Mhm.
Like one of my friends said that
Yep,
one of my friends called Texas Tex ass,
it is true. They're not wrong when they say it.
given how bad the racing product is, from what I've heard at least. I think you pointed this out when Texas had an overhaul in 2017. That's when the racing product started to dip.
Hmm.
Even though when it was reconfigured, Jimmy Johnson won it in the spring of 2017. Bet you remember that, don't you?
Yep. Oh, sorry. Yep, I remember that too.
Now, I think we touched on this at the beginning, but I'm going to ask again. Do you prefer the Clash being held at the Coliseum or back at Daytona?
Easily the Coliseum. Because, dude, the Clash of Daytona wasn't working for the longest time.
Wait, what
And
about the
it was just
road
getting to
course,
the
though?
point.
What about the road course?
Well, that was all right. It wasn't bad. Like I mentioned it way earlier, a couple hours ago. It was good, but at the same time, dude, it's just the Clash of Daytona was starting to just become a lost cause.
Well,
It wasn't becoming
what
fun or
year?
entertaining anymore besides that race.
What year was it started to become a lost cause? Like, what year did it start to go down the
I
hill?
mean, to be frank, let's be honest and say that to me, I feel like it started to just to lose its luster around like, God forbid, 2017, 2018, maybe even 2016. It just became another race. It really wasn't all that exciting or all that great or crazy. Like, I don't know. It just got to a point where it just, and then obviously it really hit rock bottom, obviously in 2019, especially 2020. And then after that, it was just like, you know what? Let's try something new, let's try something different. And
2020
so we did. And
especially.
well,
I've seen people, instead of calling
here we
it the
are.
Splash, they called it the Bush Crash.
And they're not wrong. It's the
That's how
truth.
much of a wreck fest it was. Eric Jones, he won the race in a destroyed race car. The front of that car was destroyed, yet still won. Why? Literally more than half the field crashed. And then what would follow a week later, we all know the story of the Daytona 500 at the end of the 2020 edition. We all know the story.
Hmm.
In the All-Star race, same thing. This is the same similar question. Would you rather have it at North Wilkesboro, Texas? I know it's a no for that one, but hear me out. Would you rather have it at North Wilkesboro, Texas, Charlotte, or even Atlanta? Which of the four?
Well, I'll tell you what. One thing's more than certain is that I prefer it to be at Charlotte. But if we're gonna keep doing it at Wilkesboro, it's fine. But obviously, I still prefer having it at Charlotte. I just feel that's just the best possible scenario, the best possible place
And thus,
for it to be.
it's
You
a
know,
tradition too.
yeah,
I
that's
think
just how I feel about it.
it's been a tradition since 1985 and then 1987 up to 2019. 1986, they had the All Star, or back then, the Winston at Atlanta. Would you believe it? Which reminds me, North Wilkesboro, right? When it got taken off of the calendar for 1997 onwards, one of the dates that replaced North Wilkesboro, I'm talking about the spring race, that is, Texas. The first race in Texas, you want to know what happened? First corner, first lap, already they're wrecking.
Same thing a year later in '98.
Pretty much just took the words right out of my mouth. Texas, right from
Hmm.
the off, wasn't that good, to say the least. Again, according to many. The twist is this: Texas took a date off the calendar from North Wilkesboro. You fast forward years later,
Yeah.
2023, North Wilkesboro takes a date off Texas to host the All Star race. How things come full circle, right?
Hmm. This will be my last question, I guess, for now, because I gotta go. I gotta do something or whatever. So that's about it for now.
So we're
But
gonna
just to elaborate, just to give my one little sense on that real quick, it definitely was really dumb with the fact that they took a date away from North Wilkesboro and gave it to New Hampshire. That was really, really stupid. That's my thoughts on that. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
and with what you said just
You
now,
already cut it short, guys.
we're gonna end it on that note because Bryce, you have to go do something.
Yeah, it's something I need to take care of.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you do that. But before you do, obviously we got a lot to touch on. We're going to get this podcast in full swing this year with something to talk about and discuss and get the podcast up and running. And with that being said, Bryce, it was really fun having you on. It was.
Thank you for having me on. I really enjoyed being here.
And I'm hoping to get you
As
on
always.
more episodes to come.
We're sure.
And
Definitely.
also, not just for NASCAR, but F1 too, since you're an F1 fan.
Yeah.
Hey, you know why? Because of me. You can thank me later. Till then, though, Bryce, until then, if you have any final sayings, say it now.
Not much else to say other than just hope you guys enjoyed the podcast. See you guys in the next one.
Until the next one, ladies and gentlemen, this is Turn 4 Productions, signing off the mic as always. And until next time, and further notice, peace out, stay safe, and have a good one.